Good morning. This is the Monday, September 8th meeting of the Charter Schools Review Board. We are going to take roll. Jeremy Wall. Stephen Gay.
Here.
And just as a reminder, you have your little green button for the mic. Linda Caccadellis. Here. Bruce Friend.
Here.
Rita Hare. Here. Hilda Parlay.
Here.
Todd Godby.
Here.
Eric Sanchez.
Present.
Shelley Shope.
Here.
John Eldridge.
Here.
Eric Buchan.
Here.
Jared McNair.
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum and Mr. Bruce Friend, the chair, will take it over.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. Reading Southern One, welcome to the cycle new year of Charter.
Yeah, don't forget your.
Don't need to repeat that.
Yeah.
Okay, I will need to recuse myself from the mission statement of Iredell Charter Academy Arts and Science, and I'll just read.
Thank you, Ms. Caccadellis. Any others? Well, it will be your duty to abstain from participating in discussion to the matter and from voting on the matter. If during the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring that to the attention of the chair. Okay, we have our agenda for today and tomorrow in front of us. Hope you've had a chance to review that and all the documentation provided to us in preparation for today's meeting. Thank you again for Ashley and her team for all the background work that allows us to do our work as the review board. Can I get an approval for the September meeting agenda?
Mr. Chair, Hilda Parlay approves the September meeting agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We had two meetings in June. We had the June regular meeting and then we had a June special called meeting as well. Those minutes were provided to us prior to today's meeting. I think we can do these as a collective group. Can I get a motion to approve the meeting minutes from both meetings in the month of June?
I'll go ahead and approve those minutes, please.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, we do have quite a few administrative items we need to take care of. This is sort of an annual tradition here as we get back into a new session. The first is to approve our 26 CSRB calendar. That calendar was provided to us in eBoard, and I think we can try to pull that up here in front of us here in a minute. There it is. You can see the proposed meeting schedule. Cadence pretty well stays the same as it has been in past years. No planned meetings in the month of July or August. September is adjusted slightly for Labor Day. But can I get a motion to approve the 26th meeting calendar of the Charter Schools Review Board?
Question, the Lindland, the November meeting is a Tuesday and Wednesday, I believe. Is that a reason why we've moved it to Tuesday and Wednesday?
Veterans Day.
Oh, Veterans
Veterans
Day,
Day.
okay, all right. All right, I may be missing that one. But I can do virtual.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the 2026 calendar. Hilda Parlay.
We have a motion to approve. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Sanchez. Any further questions or discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Each year, we do have to vote on the chair and vice chair of the Charter Schools Review Board. Would anyone like to make a motion for either one of those positions?
I
Or
would,
both?
Mr. Chair. I move that we nominate Bruce Friend as the chair for the 25-26 year of the Charter School Review Board.
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion for chair. Any discussion? All right. Motion has been made for Mr. Friend to be the chair of the Charter Schools Review Board. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And abstain?
Is that awkward?
Is that awkward or is that awkward or not? Recuse, yes. Yeah. Okay, thank you. It's an honor every year to have this opportunity. For vice chair, any motions for vice chair?
For Dr. John Eldridge for vice chair.
Hilda Parlay seconds. Let Eric take it.
Mr. Sanchez. Seconds, any discussion?
I'd just like to say that these two are a great slate of officers, done a fabulous job over the last few years as you've served, and you provide a depth of expertise and knowledge, as well as good judgment, and remain so even-keeled through every decision that you're just great. We appreciate your leadership.
Thank you.
And I'll ditto that. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor for John Eldridge for vice chair, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we have our officer set. Thank you for entrusting us and for this opportunity. And it's an honor to work with all of you as well. We couldn't do this without your support. So we're all in this together. We also have a vote to enter into a legal services with an attorney. I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we approve Dr. Stephen Walker to serve as the CSRB attorney for the upcomings.
And I'll second that.
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, the motion is to approve Dr. Stephen Walker as attorney for general counsel for the CSRB. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Congratulations, Mr. Walker. Okay, also taking care of some housekeeping business here. We have two official new members on our Charter School Review Board. And so I want to take a moment to first introduce Eric Gukin. Welcome, Eric, for joining us. Any words of wisdom or advice, or just maybe?
I have neither. It's great to be with y'all. Thanks. Real honor. Thank you.
Okay. And also Dr. Gerald McNair, welcome. Mr. McNair, and we're looking forward to working with you as well.
I'm not a doctor, but it's okay. Thank you. I look forward to being part of the group.
Thank you.
Working with you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, glad to have both of you. Thank you for your time. So, alrighty. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Norns, who is a doctor.
Good morning, board. Welcome back. I have the great honor today of introducing you to your new Teacher of the Year and Principal of the Year for Region 9 Charter Schools. Collectively, Dr. Wilson and Lindsay Phillips have over 35 years of experience working in schools, not just charter schools, but other schools as well. Dr. Wilson truly believes in cultivating a culture of student-centered learning at his school, as well as not being one that is not willing to take one for the team. He believes his teamwork is not a solo endeavor. And he also believes empowering students through professional growth as well as staff to build strong relationships and advisory committees result in united and trusting community atmospheres at his school. Welcome, Dr. Jake Wilson. Also, we have with us our Teacher of the Year, Lindsay Phillips. She is also a 19-year veteran elementary educator who believes that education isn't just solely for upper grades, that kindergarten is where it all starts, and reflection and intentional teaching increase learning for her students as well as developing a culture in our classroom where responsive classroom morning meetings occur daily. And Ms. Phillips is also thinking about education not just as a day-to-day occurrence, but a journey along each student's career path into the future. So welcome today. We're so happy to have you all. Mr. Wilson, would you like to say hello?
Sure, I'm just really excited to use this fancy microphone. This is not something I get to do. Most of the time I have to yell as an administrator to be heard. So this is really good. Thank you all for letting me be here. Jake is fine. I'm happy to have earned a doctorate, but still humble enough to know where I come from. So thank you so much for allowing me the honor of being on the board. I appreciate it.
And Ms. Phillips?
We could start with the morning meeting. Same as Dr. Wilson, just want to say thank you. I'm really excited for the opportunity to learn more about charter schools and excited to sit beside one of my teammates from school, Dr. Wilson. So thank you.
We'll try to behave.
Well, welcome both. We're excited to have you join us, and you're part of the team. So don't hesitate any time to ask questions, speak up, and your insights are invaluable to our work here in achieving our mission. So thank you for being here. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Norris.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we have quite a few amendments on our agenda this morning. Don't know if I've ever remembered this many amendments on an agenda. So Ms. Wetzel, I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Good morning. Julie Wetzel, a consultant with the Office of Charter Schools. We do have 10 amendment requests this morning, so we are starting the year off strong. Welcome to the new board members and welcome Lindsay and Dr. Wilson. We do have 6 mission statements, 2 requests to join the National School Lunch Program, and 2 relocation requests. Since there are 6 mission statements, is there any preference did you want to go through this one by one and present and vote, or we could present all 6 and then vote for?
Let's do one by one, if that's okay. Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. All right. Our first request is from the Iredell Charter Academy of Arts and Science. They have been in operation since 2016, serving approximately 860 students in grades K-8. They did change their name in 2015, and they would like their mission statement to reflect the new name and their current school identity with a focus on arts and science. I am not going to read the current mission statement, because it is long, but I will read the proposed mission statement. Iredell Charter Academy of Arts and Sciences mission is to create an environment where students are challenged to reach their academic potential and become self-motivated, lifelong learners through data-driven personalized learning plans, community stewardship, and positive collaboration with families. At ICAAS, we embrace the academic philosophy that all children can learn, thus unlocking their potential. We offer an enriched curriculum in the arts and sciences with an engaging, nurturing atmosphere. And input process was from all the stakeholders at the school, and we have all the required documents. And we should have all these schools online today if there are any questions.
All right, thank you for that. So proposed mission statement change for Iredell Charter Academy of the Arts and Sciences. Can I get a motion to approve?
Mr. Chair, this is Rita Hare. I move that we approve the new mission statement for Iredell Charter.
Thank you. How about a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gugan. Any discussion?
I think it's an improvement. They could have abbreviated it even further.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
it is an
just
improvement.
personal. I know, I think we've talked about how many words are supposed to be in the mission statement, but I think even more so, just that the students, it'd be nice that the students are able to tell you what the school's mission statement is. And I don't know if I could memorize that unless it gave me a few months, right? So just to keep in mind as we're creating these mission statements, to try and make it to where it's meaningful to the students as well as anybody else that's going to be reading it or using it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion or comments? Hearing none, we'll just do group vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that one passes unanimously.
All right, our next mission statement request is from the Institute for the Development of Young Leaders, the Ideal School. They are here today because they do have an application for replication coming up interview in about an hour. They are a public charter school in Durham County, operating since 2013 and currently serving approximately 420 students in grades K-8. They're requesting that you approve the mission statement. The existing mission statement was originally written in 2012 and it's over a page long, so I will not read that today. Approved in 2013 during the submission of the charter application for the Durham school. So as they were preparing for the replication application, they wanted to revise the mission statement to ensure compliance with the current guidelines outlined in the application, and it provided them an opportunity to align more closely with their practice while preserving the core values that have guided their school. So you can see that the new proposed mission statement is 35 words or less. Our mission is to provide a relevant child-centered education for historically underserved children by empowering students to take ownership of their learning, developing their skills to lead, and supporting their wellness and community. The input process was through their stakeholders, school leadership, and board of directors, and we have all the required documents, and they are here in person if you have any questions regarding their new mission statement.
I will make a motion to accept this new mission statement.
Now we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I was lucky enough to visit this school last week, and I'm happy to report that the mission statement is alive and well.
Is it safe to assume that this is the same mission statement then for the school that's coming before us?
Yes, correct.
In an
Yes.
hour? Okay.
Yeah.
And we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion or comment? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Next request for a mission statement is from the New Dimension School. The New Dimension School is a public charter school in Burke County, operating since 2001, serving approximately 560 students, grades K-8. They're requesting approval for an amendment to their mission statement. As they've grown and adapted to meet the evolving needs of their students, families, and community, the revision emphasizes the school's commitment to academic growth and strong character development, wanting to in aligning with everything going on at the school. I'm not going to read the current mission statement because it is longer. Their proposed mission statement is, at this school, we seek to nurture every student every day to develop strong character, academic excellence, and good citizenship. They got input from stakeholders, leadership, and board of directors, and we have all their documents.
Very good. Can I get a motion to approve?
Have a motion. Lindley.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I just want to say, I think I can memorize this.
Yeah.
I was going to say to Dr. Eldridge's point, I think the students can remember this one. Yeah. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
All right, next request is from Faith Academy. They have a request to amend their mission statement. Faith Academy is a public charter school in Rowan County, operating since 2021 and currently serving approximately 1,000 students in grades K-11. They're requesting approval after making, they went through the renewal process, and they believe that their adjusted mission statement will more accurately represent their current operational practices and strategic objectives. The proposed mission statement reads as, Faith Academy Charter School will prepare a diverse student body for college and career through project-based learning, life skills courses, and college and technical education pathways. Through this challenging supportive learning environment, students address real-world problems to become successful citizens and community leaders in a rapidly changing world. They got input through stakeholders, school leadership, and board of directors, and we have all their required documents.
Thank you for that. Would anyone like to make a motion on this mission statement request change?
So move, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. McNair. A second?
I second it, even though I think that first one's better. But in respect to their board, I would second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
All right, moving on to Clover Garden, their request to amend their mission statement. Clover Garden is a public charter school in Alamance County, operating since 2001 and currently serving approximately 1,000 students in grades 12. They want to update their mission statement for a couple of reasons. So they submitted the application in 2001 when they were under the free organization, and it has that. Their current mission statement does have that free reference in their title, and they also wanted to update their mission statement to align with the current focus and purpose of their school. So the new mission statement reads as follows. Clover Garden School will foster community, generate enthusiasm, challenge students academically, and produce successful citizens. They got input from stakeholders, school leadership, and board of directors, and we have all the required documents.
I will make a motion to accept this new mission statement.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
All right, and last mission statement request is from North Carolina Cyber Academy. They are a virtual public charter school in Durham County, operating since 2015 and currently serving 2,500 students statewide in grades K-12. So the board wanted to adopt, they actually did this mission statement in April 2022, but did not get charter schools review or the approval from the state board at that time. So they're requesting formal approval to revise the school's mission statement to better reflect what's going and happening at their school. So the new mission statement reads as following. Preparing students through personalized virtual learning for success in tomorrow's world. They got input from stakeholders, school leadership, and board of directors, and we have all the required documents.
Thank you so much. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept that 11-word mission statement.
Get a second.
Second.
Very good. A motion and a second. Any discussion?
I don't know how it could have been any more succinct. I mean, we've approved some that they could have been a little more concise, but this one, there's not a word that you can leave out from the 11 that are there.
I felt that it could have been a little more descriptive.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, passes unanimously.
All right, moving on, we have two requests to participate in the National School Lunch Program. The first request is from the Experiential School of Greensboro. They're a public charter school in Guilford County, operating since 2014 and currently serving approximately 230 students in grades K-8. They were requesting an amendment to a charter to participate in the National School Lunch Program, which the Charter Schools Review Board must approve. They feel like by doing this, it will better enable the school to serve its students and community better. They originally were partnering with local vendors in the downtown community, and their needs grew and expenses rose along with that. So they will be partnering with a vendor for meal delivery 5 days a week when school is in session, and all students will be provided with a meal. We have all the required documentation, and the input process was from the board of directors.
Thank you so much. Anyone like to make a motion on this request?
I'll certainly move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I have one quick question, not about this, because I'm going to approve this. I think it's no problem. But I have heard that the National School Lunch Program, somebody might know more than I, that if you have surplus food or food that's not being used, you cannot give it to families who need it at the school. Is that true?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably get the details wrong, but there was even, we've just been told, we used to have what was called a share table.
Mhm.
That if there was someone who didn't want, fill in the blank, they can put it on the share table, and that can no longer take place.
Do you know why?
I do not.
That may be something I'll personally check into,
I mean,
but
I just think you could say the word federal government, and that'll probably answer that.
it's just totally wasted and we have hundreds. I guess I'm more aware of this after going on a mission trip to Cuba. You know, they don't waste anything there.
It's amazing how much food we throw.
And we talk about people that are hungry here in the country, and then we do something that makes no sense as that. So, well,
That would be federal policy too.
It's
That would
federal
need to be
policy.
changed, right?
well, you know what? Since I'm retired now, I'm going to contact my congressman.
Go
Thank
get
you
them.
very much.
Go get them.
I know it's true.
And you don't even have to be retired to do that, Linda Lynn.
No, but it helps. It helps.
Helps to have the time. Is that what you're saying? Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve this request for the I can't even say it. Experiential. Sorry, another cup of coffee. School of Greensboro to participate in the National School Lunch Program. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Second request to participate in the National School Lunch Program is from Voyager Academy. Voyager Academy is a public charter school in Durham County. It's been in operation since 2007 and currently serves about 1,400 students in grades K-12. The board actually approved the National School Lunch Program during the 2021-2022 school year after COVID. So they are now retroactively requesting permission to participate in the National School Lunch Program. They've submitted all required documentation to the Office of Charter Schools, and input process was from the Voyager Academy Board of Directors.
I make a motion to approve.
And I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Right, the next two requests are for requests for relocation outside of an administrative unit. There was legislation passed just in July that schools, if they're relocating under 10 miles, they no longer have to seek approval from our office or from the Charter Schools Review Board. But anything over 10 miles or outside of the administrative unit, moving from one LEA to another, does require approval from the Charter Schools Review Board. So these next two requests are two schools that are requesting to relocate outside of their administrative unit. The first request is from West Triangle High School. They are a 912 public charter school approved to open in Orange County and currently in the ready to open process. They previously came to the board in February 2025 to request a third delay. So they are scheduled to open in August 2026. So originally in their charter application, they identified Orange County Public Schools, and they're requesting to relocate to Durham, with Durham Public Schools being the local education unit. They found a location at 100 Capitola. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. Capitola Drive is 6.74 miles, approximately a 9-minute drive from the Orange County Board to their new location in Durham. So the background is that there were some zoning issues with Orange County, and they found another location in Orange County only to have the landlord terminate the lease agreement. So then they started to look at other locations, working with some brokers, and they've identified this location at Capitola Drive and with land, undeveloped land. And they're in the process of completing a purchase and sale agreement, part of which is contingent on approval from CSERB today. So there's a building there, and there's some land as well. So neither the size nor the price will impact the school's enrollment or budget projections. The school has modeled the project to assess financial feasibility. They've looked at demand data, and the documents that are posted on eBoard reflect the feasibility and market demand. The radius of that is nearly 4 times the number of what they originally were looking at, and the anticipated demand for this region is significantly higher than for the prior location. So the next steps is the team will continue its due diligence in collaboration with third-party partners to close on the facility this coming December. The school has issued requests for proposals, received bids, and interviewed for general contractors and architects. So at the time of this writing, the board has approved beginning negotiations to finalize the selected partners. And their enrollment chart was approved in February 2025, and that does not change. So you can see their anticipated enrollment for their opening in August of 2026. We've received all required documentation, and the input process from West Triangle High School's Board of Directors. There were a few documents on eBoard for your review, and we should have West Triangle High School. Are you in the audience today? I know we're running a little bit early on the agenda, so they may be on.
I'm here virtually.
Okay, awesome.
Okay, so just a matter of clarification, the reason this request is coming before us is it's not more than 10 miles away, but it's because it's crossing the county line.
Yes, going from Orange County to Durham County, yes.
Okay. And I guess the question I would have for the board is, does this change and new facility, how's this impacting your timeline to actually open for next year, if at all?
It has no effect. It's actually quite feasible and all green lights right now. Timeline's really good.
Yeah, thank you for that. Other questions that board members have?
For clarification, has this school asked for a relocation before?
No, we've not. We spent 2 years searching for properties in Orange County. And in February, I presented to this board that there's just no zoning district that approves for the permitted use of a school. So we forecasted then that we'd be moving to eastward to Durham. So this is the first time we've requested a new location change.
Okay, I thought I remember something about Alamance County at one time. Maybe that was something that was offline and didn't ask for permission to do so. Is that were you looking at Alamance at one time?
There was a conversation about Alamance at one point, yes.
Okay.
This is Rita Hare. I have a question. Your original plot was 85 acres, and now we're looking at 6.7. I just wonder how your planning has been adjusted to accommodate that lesser size, less resources.
Yeah, the 85-acre plot was going to be subdivided into 4 different parcels, 2 schools, and then a tennis community center, and then HYA, it's a youth baseball association in Hillsborough. So our actual usage of that 85 acres was going to be about 25. The size of the building that we were looking at building then and have arranged to purchase now is we're slightly bigger, the new building that we're looking at. And then the 7 acres of land across the street that we're looking at getting, or 6.7 acres, will be more than adequate for field development and gym development. So it's approximately the same. It's smaller land totally in total, but it's certainly adequate to do what we're looking to do. Okay, thank you.
I know you guys have been really looking to get this place up and running. So just talk to me a little bit about how going to this new location how are you feeling about student enrollment and the prospects of getting this place filled up, seeing as that this I think that under a school under a third delay. Are you guys now at a point where you've got the students you're going to need to fill the building up?
Yeah, I think the demand should be substantially higher, and we're seeing the interest being there already. I think, the 3 delays have all been around our inabilities to work with Orange County. And so this move only puts us in a place where demand is going to be higher. So that's not a point of concern for us. It's just a different student population slightly. So we're excited about that.
And we're shooting for 2026, is that correct?
Yeah. The board approved a architect and general contractor, both of whom feel very confident that we'll be able to hit a July 1 ready date for the building. And then we'll start to make contingency plans over the next few months if that, if something snags.
And I probably should know the answer to this question, but I'm asking anyway. So is this a build up or a remodel?
It's a remodel, it's a renovation of a
awesome. Okay.
Standing 65,000 square foot building, 3 20,000 square foot plates, We'll start with the first floor and then work our way up.
Mr. Chair, may I ask who's speaking?
This is Joey Webb. I'm the executive director.
Okay, thanks.
Has there been any feedback given or information given to prospective parents who thought you were going to be at the Orange County site? Or have you held off on notifying them pending this decision?
We've notified people of a general area. We haven't given them the explicit address. We do have an articulation agreement with the Expedition School in Hillsborough and Alamance Community School, both of whom have a substantial population of students coming from Southwest Durham. And so the news has actually been very warm when we're communicating with families. We expect a decent number of those families to come down from Hillsborough. It's not a crazy drive, but the student population they already serve is going to be very close to this location. And the excitement is pretty high. I think families have been desperately wanting for this to work. And I've felt that in persisting through the last 2 years. So I feel there's been a lot of warm energy from families around this change.
Remind us too, are you providing busing
Yeah.
for families?
Yeah, our budget has 6 buses at full scale.
Okay, any other questions?
Hearing the articulation agreements that are in place makes me feel a lot better. Plus, it gives those families a choice for high school. I'm willing to make a motion to accept this request for a move of location.
We have a motion to accept the request for relocation. Can I get a second?
A second.
I have a second, Mr. Gay. Any discussion?
Do we know what the previous use of this building was?
Can you share with us the previous use of this facility?
Yeah, it's been a commercial office building owned by the Alexandria Real Estate Group. It's a pretty prominent group in the RTP area.
Thank you.
Can you reiterate the population difference you expect? I know you said it, just I didn't hear it.
I think will be the catchment area for students will be more. It'll be more Durham students.
Can you be a little specific about your projections?
The population growth in Orange County will not meet the same level of population growth in Durham. And when we've done our feasibility study in a 20-mile radius, there's more students in Southeast and in South Durham in comparison to like West Orange County, for example. So that block of students from West Orange County will, they might still come to the school, but they're going to be in a farther drive time. The location in Center South and Southeast Durham has a greater student population. There will also be some area we expect from West Wake, Cary, Apex, and there's just more students. There's just significantly more students, and the growth projections in those areas are much higher.
How about demographically? What will the difference be?
Honestly, it's going to be less white.
But no specific projections or how?
We have a weighted lottery, so I think that weighted lottery will be maybe in greater demand. Is that a kind way of saying that? We don't. The demographics of South Durham, East Durham, and Central Durham have been growing in a pretty consistent way. I don't expect that the demographics will change dramatically for what we expected to have in Hillsborough.
All right, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve this relocation request from West Triangle High School. Ashley, can we do a roll call vote on this?
Yes. Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approved.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope. Aye. John Eldridge,
Aye.
Linda Lynn Kakadillis. Aye. Eric Buchan,
Aye. Gerald McNair.
Aye.
It passes unanimously.
Can I ask a clarification thing about the miles? Do they calculate that? Because remember last year there was a conversation about calculating it through GPS or calculating it kind of as the crow flies type of thing. What does the legislation actually say?
It doesn't state, so we've been doing as the crow flies. I mean, it depends on how it's submitted. Some of the schools will do it based on the route that would be most likely taken, and then some will do it more, using some type of like directional GPS mapping software, but we also ask that they are giving us some type of input as to what the typical commute would be for students compared to where they're relocating from.
So how are you then determining who actually comes here and who doesn't? Like, it's based on how the crow flies type of thing?
Yes, unless like these two right now, like this was under 10 miles. So based on this new legislation, they could have just done it had it been in Orange County. But since it crossed county lines, even if it's, 0.2 miles, they have to come. If it crosses county lines or if it's over 10, using some type of, evidence of how they're calculating.
Feels incomplete when you do that. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to follow up on Eric's questions, he asked geography questions, but also demographic questions. Is there any legislative requirement for the demographics? Because
No.
those seemed rather vague. There's no Democrat. Yeah. Okay.
No, there's nothing in legislation. I would say it's really a matter of what kind of questions you feel are relevant to the application.
There's some references to the community or the LEAs, the demographics need to be comparable or at least represent or comparable.
That's in the general charter school legislation, but not particular like to any specific request.
I can tell that's a North Carolina question now because instead of how the plane flies, it's how the crow flies. So that's a great reference to North Carolina, how the crow flies.
Been here longer than I've been in New York now, so.
They have crows in New York too.
That's pigeons, I thought, Mr. Sanchez.
Pigeons. I like that.
Okay, moving along. Passes unanimously, yes.
The last request is from Triangle Math and Science Academy, Triangle. They are requesting to expand through a subcampus. So they are a system of 4 North Carolina campuses located in Charlotte, Apex, Cary, and Greensboro, currently serving approximately over 5,000 students. So TMSA Triangle, TMSA Triad, TMSA Apex, and TMSA Charlotte are the 4 TMSA schools. So what they're requesting today, they want to expand 92T, which is TMSA Triangle, into Durham County from Wake County, and that falls in that new legislation. They want to move into a new LEA. This expansion would create a new Durham campus under the Triangle Charter. This campus is located 11.4 miles from existing TMSA Apex campus, thereby exceeding the 10-mile threshold and falls within a new local education, a new LEA. So it's a material change which must receive approval from CSER. They've submitted supporting documents, including enrollment projections, financial forecast, market and feasibility reports, and board approval minutes. So you can see the project overview, the rationale. They've done the market demand studies, looked at financial viability, their strategic goals, but we do have representatives today and they prepared a presentation. So it might be best to hear from the school.
Yeah, welcome members of the Triangle Math and Science Academy. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. First of all, I would like to thank all of you, everything that you're doing for the North Carolina Charter School movement. And also thank you for us today, allowing us to present before you. TMSA, can we go to the second slide? When we look at the TMSA as Triad Math and Science Academy Company as a nonprofit, was formed in 2007, and they opened the first school in 2008 in Greensboro. 16th Street with 213 students in 2008. Then the second campus was opened in 2012 in Cary as Triangle Math and Science Academy as a school under the same nonprofit. In 2015, TMSA Charlotte was opened under the name of Queen's STEM School as a different nonprofit, but we merged them in 2022. So Queen's STEM became the part of TMSA umbrella as well. And our last school, TMSA Apex, we opened in 2022 in Apex, in K through 8, and the other 3 charters are K through 12. And our focus is on STEAM, science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics. And we've been serving the over 6,000 students in 5 cities and the 4 counties in North Carolina. Next slide, please. Those are our buildings, and under our charters, TMSA Triad has 2 campuses. Secondary and elementary campus. Elementary campus has 2 buildings side by side, and TMSA Apex just 1 campus. And TMSA Triangle, one is in McGregor Park in Cary, and the second one is in nearby the TMSA Apex campus in Apex. And then the proposed proposed campus is going to be in Durham, where the 55 and 54 meets just nearby the RTP. And TMSA Charlotte, you remember last year we opened 2 new campuses in Concord and our original campus in Charlotte. So we are serving 8 different campuses as of today, around 6,000 students. Next slide, please. Our organization, we have the board and the central office with superintendent, about the 24 staff members in the central office, and we have principals, actually LEA reps for each charter, and then we have principals in each building. And when it comes to the central office, we have 2 departments, operations and academics. And under operations, we have finance, HR, public relations and marketing, facilities, and compliance and risk. And where the academics, we have curriculum and instruction, IT, student support services. We try to support our schools and staff members like that. And the next slide, please. 2 main focus is the excellence in STEAM, very rigorous STEAM curriculum, and whole child approach, and the inclusive community. Those are the 3 indicators that we determined our students and parents are choosing us. You know, we offer college prep academic programs, extensive AP classes, dual enrollment and college readiness, and signature academies in different pathways. Biomedical engineering, cybersecurity, and computer science. Next slide, please. This is the map that currently our charters or campuses are located. You can see 3 campuses in down Charlotte, and we have 2 campuses in Greensboro, and we have 3 campuses currently in Wake County, and we are proposing the other campus in Durham. Next slide, please. Currently, we have 565 staff members, and 363 of them are teachers, and our staff numbers are by locations are given on the left side like that. As I mentioned, 24 staff members are, supporting all schools and administration from the central office. Next slide, please. We put over here our financial projections and our financial metrics. For 5 years, we pay attention on our, the debt coverage ratio for our obligations to the bonds, and we also look at the days cash on hand. Our goal is to keep us, at the 100 days level, to keep our BBB minus investment grade, and also we are pretty good over 1.15 debt coverage ratio. And our model is we are trying to keep our salaries and benefits in 65%, facilities expenses in 15%, and we try to target to get a surplus of 3% of contingencies and make our cash flow in balances. And we have 17% for support services. Our central office fee is just 5% of the revenue. Anything extra at the end of the year, we credit back to the schools. We do not carry any cash in central office bank account. Our targeted classroom size is 16 per teacher, 16 student per teacher, and the staff is 12 student per staff as a whole. In this budget, we have $8.3 million federal grant that we received last year from the Department of Education through 5 school expansions. We already done 1 in Apex, 2 in Charlotte, and Durham is going to be our 4th school. It's been allocated, campus by campus. Our board approved another campus in Greensboro, and we're working on it. And it's going to be probably less than 10 miles, and not going to come before you. And there is another financial factor we did not put in here. We are working with charter school growth funds, and we're making our presentations in late October in Denver, and they are also funding approximately $1,000 per seat for every school that we open, which means that the Durham, if we open with 900 students, we're going to get about like $1 million extra money from charter school growth funds. I'm mentioning those just because, just to let you know that we are getting support for our program and expansions from other entities as well. Next slide, please. And I put over here the Triangle Math and Science Academy and the TMSA Apex. Those are the 2 campuses are going to be affected by this new campus. And I just put over the last 5 years, what was the student number, what was the wait list, and the growth, performance grade, and the letter grades. The Triangle Math and Science Academy, since its inception, it's been always an A school. But over the last 2 years, we've seen tremendous amount of growth. And this year is 98.7, and then the performance grade is 93. It was even above what our expectations was, and we're so glad. Next slide, please. TMSA Apex is our new school, and then they did great also this year, and we were surprised and the tremendous amount of growth that they showed. And then their performance grade went up from 85 to 92, and then their growth is 96.79, and the ADM is as targeted. You can see a little bit drop in the Apex ADM because we were incubating some Apex students. We over-enroll in Apex, and we're incubating them in our high school building. So it's going to go back to original K-8 plan to 900 students in the upcoming years. Next slide, please. Our growth model is, the Durham campus is going to be the 3rd K-8 campus, which is going to be the feeder to the TMSA Triangle High School. So K-8 model is we have 100 students per grade level, and we have for the younger kids, 20 kids per classrooms. Then starting from the 4th grade, we have 25 per classrooms, and then each cohort is 100 students per grade level. So each cohort is going to feed the TMSA Triangle High School, 300 students per cohort, and 1,200 students for the building that we built in the Apex. So then every TMSA student is going to have the opportunity to complete their high school program. Next slide, please. And this is the why we have chosen this location. And if you look at our feasibility report and other, we put over there the heat maps. We have 25 miles radius that students are commuting to our buildings. And this is one of the area that we We have a lot of current students that are coming to our schools. We chose those three cities, Chapel Hill, Durham, and Mooresville, and part of Cary, North Cary also, we get a lot of students. 892 current students. If we open today the Durham campus, they can easily go there, and then it's going to be more beneficial for them, at least 10, 15 minutes less commuting every day. And you can see on the right side, those are the wait lists. Those are the real-time wait lists as of today, that this many students are prospective students for the Durham campus. So we believe that when we open the Durham campus, we're not only providing easier commute for the existing students, we are also opening more vacancies in Apex and Cary campuses so that we can melt our current 5,000 wait list and then serve more North Carolina students, and then they can benefit from our programs. That's all I have. I can answer questions if you have any.
I mean, a presentation like that, I think you clearly see why the schools are as successful as they are, correct? And I'm a big Ben and the TMSA fan. So the question that I feel like is raised before this board is, this is the first time I've seen the term subcampus versus, is this an expansion, a replication? What is this, right? And so I only say that is the precedent that gets set. If this moves forward, we have to be aware of that, right? I mean, it's not that I'm against or for it. It's more of a, what in the future does it mean when we hear the term subcampus? So that's what I'd like to kick out to the board today to discuss. This isn't really a question for Ben and his team. Awesome presentation, obviously, and thank you for what you guys are doing for the students that you guys serve. But is every school going to come to us with a subcampus that performs like TMSA? Right. So that's what I'd like to toss out for our board for discussion.
Well, I think the key word there is performance. I think performance matters, and I'd be happy to replicate these kind of efforts. I do have a couple of questions for Ben. Congratulations on the growth, and just a comment on the Charter School Growth Fund. And this is a question for Ashley and for the board perhaps, but how many schools do we have that are getting support from the Charter School Growth Fund?
I don't know, to be honest. Not many to my knowledge.
Yeah, well, they've got a stellar national reputation. They hold a really, really high bar. So it's an honor they're not just giving out the money. That is a very, very rigorous bar to clear. And I think naturally, we pledged to the North Carolina flag. We want to get as many Charter School Growth Fund dollars as possible, not just for the financial reasons, but for the quality and performance reasons. So, so it really is a stamp of approval in my mind. I'd be curious about your demographics, racial, gender. I'm going to ask those questions a lot, but I'm just.
Yeah, we have about like 37% Asian overall in our schools, and then we have about 30% African American, 16% white populations, and 12% is Latino, and then the mixed race, the rest.
Right, thank you, and that's very helpful. And then also my other question is, STEM been around. That concept has been around for decades. With AI and generative AI, I'd be curious to know what your policies are. It's just a curiosity on my part.
Yeah, AI is a big thing, with its in the laws. We have synergy sessions with our principals every month, and we are going to be, we're going to be, getting the AI into the next level. And we are for it. And then we can't, every time that we discuss something new comes up, and then, and of course our teachers are using Magic Schools, and then the ChatGPT and all other things. And then we are very careful, and our staff too. it's in the progress. What we are really going to do concretely. We're going to see in the future, maybe in December, we're going to present our board in the next cycle of our strategic goals.
Yeah, I just, again, just a comment. Nobody has an answer here, right? If you said we had the answer, I wouldn't believe you. But I do think, how do we collect those best practices, not only from your school, but around policies? I've talked to several university presidents, and they're, what is the policy going to be? Because we can't put this genie back in the bottle. So thank you for your thoughtfulness again.
Thank you.
After the comments, everybody, I want to make sure that they're clear on what I stated when I first started was the difference between the terminology of replication, expansion versus subcampus. That's the part. I'm all for the replication of schools like TMSA. I just want to make sure that we're clear on what does it mean. Was subcampus could be seen as in conversations with others, of avoiding the process of having to go through the application process for a new school. And so if that's the case and that's how things move forward, then we have to be careful about what standards are in place for what subcampus means, so that we don't open up a can of worms that maybe we can't put back in, or the genie back in the bottle, so to speak. So I just want to make sure I was clear on my statements.
Dr. Eldridge, I agree with you that this is a new category, but I want to say I am extremely in favor of this kind of category, especially with schools that have been around 18 years. And I mean, you have a track record. You have an excellent track record. And we have other schools in North Carolina have excellent track records. And we're getting ready tomorrow to discuss the revised application. And Ashley, you've done an amazing job on that. However, it's still 250 questions plus and over 900 pages when you look at an appendix. And I mean, I don't know about you guys, but, and I was going to make this statement tomorrow. I'll just make it today. I think it's apropos. I know people that have looked at our application process and they've said, forget it. I'm going to start a private school. I'm not even going to go through that bureaucratic. If we're going to see the charter school movement expand in North Carolina, we're going to have some kind of options like this, a subcampus. When we know the people. I mean, 18 years we've known you, Ben. You've got a great product. We have other situations like that. So all that to say, I think this is a great way for us to, when we know something as well as we know this, to come and have a subcampus. And we can always, as a review board, say no to it. We don't have to move it forward. But I'm very much in favor of having this kind of option for schools that we know very well and have performance. Going back to what Mr. Gucan said, our test is performance, and even the statute for charter schools. We're not a rules-based accountability system. We are a performance-based accountability system. So I'd like to see that here.
Yeah. You try to think of these conversations somewhat people agnostic or organization agnostic. Just, is the process a fair and equitable process? If they earn the Charter School Growth Fund money, I mean, obviously that's huge. And anything Charter School Growth Fund touches, I echo what Eric said, has just a level of just credibility that's well beyond even our current application process. I mean, they're flying to Denver to interview. And we're in their portfolio as well. So, we've gotten to know them well, and they're amazing. I looked at the results, obviously, through their report card, and they stand for themselves. But I don't know. I kind of more in the world of, if we're approving schools for millions and millions of dollars to expand, I like the regulatory process of it. Can they fast track? Can they replicate? Can they do all the measures to make sure it's quick? Heck, can they cut and paste a lot of their old application, whatever? But I'm not sure I really like this idea of I open a subcampus in a different district and just call it a way of expanding that requires a quick 10 slides and an executive summary and 20 minutes of deliberation. I just think that's a loophole in the process that I'm not sure I'm okay with.
And to me, again, for TMSA, no brainer. What happens with the school that comes forward that's not the high standard of TMSA, right? So
I came to the application with the same questions and the same concerns. You have excellent performance and a portfolio of schools, a network of schools that are performing well. But I wondered why this didn't come as a fast track replication in another city of a school. So this is a first, I guess. It's the first that I've seen. So it came to us as an amendment, right? This is an amendment to the charter. And so are there other, I guess you start scanning the landscape. Are there other networks of charter schools that may do the same thing? Or is there a charter school existing that may want to do the same thing and next year they want a subcampus and you open that up? And so now we need criteria as to whether you qualify to open a subcampus or not. And it's another complete area of approval. It feels like. I agree. Why wouldn't we want, them to replicate in Durham, but do they do that as an amendment? And I'd like to ask the question of what is Triad Educational Services?
Triad Educational Services, our title holding company. Our buildings, they own the buildings and we lease from them. It's the consortium that we do bonds. They're the borrowers and we're the tenants. But it's a control board by our board.
And they're a nonprofit as well?
They're a nonprofit, yes.
Thank you.
Stephen, maybe legal wise, I mean, is there thinking of precedents or legislatively, is there anything that's a barrier to using a term like subcampus to get a new charter? Well, it's not even really a new charter. It's the expansion of an existing charter.
That's kind of what I've been thinking through in my head as well, because it's creative.
Which is what charters, I mean, it's what charters are there.
And I like creativity. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of charter schools that have more than one location. And it seems like that's what they're asking. And, we want to have, another location. It's still under the same charter. And, I think you're probably right to be somewhat concerned about the precedents. I would just say, I don't see a legal issue with it. But just because of the precedent that there's been multiple other schools that have more than one campus under the same charter, and it sounds like that's what they're asking for. But when that was happening before, you also had issues where there were different restrictions on growth of a charter school and things like that. Where now you're kind of in an unlimited growth era, especially for a school like TMSA that is knocking it out of the park. They have no limits on their growth.
Well, let me ask you this, dude, because like 2020, the state approached me and asked me to replicate Chatham Charter. At that time, I had to go through the entire process of replication, writing the application, doing that stuff. And then once we did, my thought process at that time was those two schools were sister schools, and I was going to be able to use the numbers to get better insurance rates, do this, do that, only to find out that I'm not allowed to commingle funds. Those things aren't allowed to happen. So I guess the question that I have is this something that needs to be solidified more so with some parameters around it to what schools can and can't do after they go through this process? Because I'm all for it. Don't get me wrong. I'm just worried about what that means next time the school comes forward. That's the only reason I'm even bringing all this up.
I think if the board wanted to come up with some sort of policies or things like that would help guide in decisions like this, I think that would be a good idea to do that. As I always ask y'all to do, you know, when you're making a decision, rationalize it well. The reason why, especially why, you know, you might, you know, the next school that comes in, why it might be different than this school if you're not approving it. And I think that's important. I think it's both important to the applicant and it's important to the board. Kind of, you know, to kind of look that you're treating people fairly and evenly across the board based on similar circumstances. But I don't think there's anything legally that would prohibit you from approving this. I think, though, you have great discretion in what you want to do and whether it's something that, hey, we need to talk about how this process might work before we do it. That's fine. If you're ready to vote on it, you're ready to vote on it too. Like I said, it was creative.
Question. Movement schools, does movement schools have different charter for every school? I believe we've approved
Yes,
They've gone, yeah, they've
They
gone
do.
through the charter route.
separate charter for
They
every
do.
school.
I would say though that, you know, we have brought requests to you for certain that have been growth related requests, and you have denied those growth related requests because of low performance. So I from an, you know, external perspective, I see the guardrails sitting here, right? Like if a school is coming before you and asking for a subcampus that does not meet those qualifications, the vote indicates that. I would also say that given this new legislation with the 10 miles, there's a chance that we will have continually low performing schools that can open a subcampus 9.9 miles from its school and not come here for a request because there are no like criteria with that attached to that statute. So I just think that's something to keep in mind.
Yeah, I appreciate all the discussion. On my sticky note here that's been on my folder for the last 2 months is states criteria for subcampuses. And I think I wrote that after Ben and I had a conversation about this very presentation. So like on one hand, that's also not free. That's an excellent point that you just made there. I didn't think about that. I think the other thing we need to consider too is just food for thought. Keep in mind that schools can already expand and not come before us. There's a route to doing that. I'm doing that. I'm building a high school. It's going to be on a campus that's 6 miles away from where I'm currently sitting, and I don't need approval for that because there's a path for that to happen based upon 8 years of prior experience and results. So it's not unprecedented that, to Stephen's point, that schools open up new campuses that aren't right next door. I'm going to support this at the same time, and I'm going to support this for all the reasons you described, Linda Lynn. There's just 18 years of outstanding work at TMSA schools. But I do think as a board, we probably need to put together some criteria around who can even request a subcampus path versus replication fast track. I think on my sticky note, things that came to mind were things that came out today. I think the performance of the group asking for the request matters. I think the geography of where they want to put the subcampus matters. They're not asking to put this campus in Asheville. They're not asking to put this campus in Wilmington. They're asking to put this campus in a geographic location that serves as a feeder to an existing high school. I think that matters. And so that's all that just to say, I'm going to support this, but I do think that we need to, I hate to use the word committee, but put some thoughts together around, criteria and guardrails around who can even ask for this request versus you might want to go to the replication or fast track route.
Mr. Chairman, I would totally agree with that. And especially when Ms. Beccaro was talking about that you could have any school then say, I just want a subcampus and go this way. And again, as a deliberating body, we can make the decision to approve it or not to approve it. I mean, we have that ability. But I do think it would be great to have a subcommittee of our board and come up with that. I think that's good. That's wisdom.
So a subcommittee to discuss subcampuses.
Right.
There we go. Nice.
That'd be great. But I would like to go ahead and, if it's okay, make a motion that we approve this.
We have a motion for approval of the request for Trunk Math and Science to open up a subcampus in Durham.
I just have a comment before we
can do discussion after. if there's a second.
discussion after. Okay.
We have a motion. Can I get a second? Well, I will second the request. Any discussion?
Yeah, I would just encourage us. I think it's been a great discussion. I would encourage us to really, in addition to whatever subcommittee for the subcampuses we put together, what are the national best practices of how this is done? We mentioned the Charter School Growth Fund. We mentioned let's not try to reinvent wheels here. If there's best practices out there, we don't need to make this up. I don't think that. I bet somewhere in this country there is a really strong, and Bruce, you began to outline what sounded like a really like a strong, and we've been talking about it. But I do agree with Eric. We don't want this to be a rubber stamp, but we also don't want it to be overly complex. It's trying to find that balance when you've got the right, but just a push for national best practice.
And I think we need to really define what a subcampus is for starters.
I'm just sitting here
That's an
thinking,
excellent point.
I'm just actually sitting here thinking, is the next, maybe I shouldn't say it out loud, but I'm going to anyway, because someone's going to think about it next, is schools that have replicated that want to change their minds and be subcampuses so that they can get better benefits financially with things of that nature. So, I mean, that's also something we need to consider. What if a school's gone through the process of replication and didn't get the same benefits that a subcampus gets that now wants those benefits? That has been academically successful that may want to go down this route. So I think this is another thing we need to consider, because I know mine are spinning. I can see other wheels spinning too.
With that being said, I guess I'm wondering why, and I don't even know what I'd vote if we call for the vote right now. Why we wouldn't punt this and get more information on best practices, discuss some of the eventualities that may come before us. Some of the opportunity costs of approving these at large scale, things of that sort, so we make a little more of an informed decision. Why do it today?
When's your opening?
August 26th.
26.
They have to purchase the property. You haven't purchased it yet, have you? Or
This is one of the due diligences waiting on to close on the building.
That's right. So
it's a remodel?
It's a remodel, yes.
So getting approved in October wouldn't have bearings in August 26th.
Pardon me?
If you got approved in October, it wouldn't change your timeline. Is that correct?
Uh,
I know you want to get approved today, but it wouldn't.
yeah, I mean, that's going to be for the finance team and the developer size and everything is just, we told them we were going to get an approval in September, but it's not the end of the world.
I hope you understand that how appreciative I am of the creativity that you and your team have come up with for this. I hope you also understand the puzzle that it's created for how the process looks going forward, because this is no reflection of the excellence that you guys have put in place for your students. I hope you understand that from my discussion anyway.
Mr. Chair, I have just one quick comment if we have time.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, this is Shelley Shope. Ashley, is there any way that for the subcommittee for the subcampus that we're talking about, if you'll just maybe make a note, I don't want to get into the clarification here and take up more time, but I thought I heard two different things. I thought I heard you say that a school could open up within the 10-mile radius without coming in front of us. And then I thought I heard Linda Lynn say, we would have, our finger on the pulse because they have to come for us for approval. So you don't have to clarify now, but in that subcommittee, if we could just get that clarification, or maybe I just totally misunderstood.
It's just if it's over 10 miles, it has to come to CSRB. So for example, if TMSA were requesting a subcampus, well, it's in a different campus, it's in a different county, so slash that. But if it's over 10 miles or in a different county, it has to come to you. If it's in the same county under 10 miles, it just gets approved. That's the new legislation. And the subcampus.
I'm sorry. So we would have a vote on it. there is the possibility that a low performing school could open another school within that 10-mile radius without us even being.
Correct. Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, the motion on the table is to approve Tri-Math Science Academy's or Triangle Science Math Academy, TMSA's request to open up a school in Durham. Ashley, roll call vote.
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approve.
Todd Godby,
Nay.
Eric Sanchez,
Nay.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Nay.
Linda Lynn Kakadillis,
Yes.
Eric Gucan,
Nay.
Gerald McNair.
Nay.
Okay. Okay, it passes 6-5. The skin of the teeth. So it is passed and we will send you an approval letter.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
So just, Mr. Chair, I guess because of how close that vote was and everything, this is, thanks, Ben. Thank you, Ben, and TMSA. Congratulations. How soon can we get that committee together? Because, I mean, I think we probably need to move on this rapidly because I just want to make sure that we're consistent with how these decisions get made and what qualifies a school to either come before us like this or take an already existing school and come back to do the same.
I'll be sending out an email to my fellow board members asking who would like to be on that committee later today.
I would.
I would.
I volunteer too.
We're gonna have lots of volunteers.
Yes. I think you need staff representation too.
And also, just as a reminder, your committee meetings also have to be publicly noticed and live. So just keep that in mind.
Can I ask clarification about these committees? Are we permitted to add outside expertise to these committees or it has to be just members of the board?
I don't think there's anything that prevents us from doing that. I think we need to take this conversation offline and just get a sense of how many people want to have input and whether the committee wants to have outside expertise involved as well. Okay, I think it's time for a break. We're a little bit ahead of, I think we're a little bit ahead of schedule, are we not? Okay, so our next is at 10:45. So let's take a break till
10:30.
10:30. 10:30. All right, we got 8 minutes.
gonna start streaming in just a second. Okay, your mic's on.
Okay, welcome back. Next on our agenda is an interview with the Institute for the Development of Young Leaders, Wake County, fast track replication request. I'm going to turn it over to Miss Melanie Rackley. Good morning.
Good morning, Melanie Rackley, Office of Charter Schools. It's great to see everyone today and welcome to our new board members and our POI and TOI this year. I'm glad to be here to present the 2025 charter applications. The Office of Charter Schools initially started with 17 applications by our due date. After a handful of withdrawals, we have 13 interviews scheduled for the 2025 cycle. The first round interviews will begin today, running through December. And then we have January reserved for any second round interviews for the standard timeline applicants. The accelerated application, those schools who are seeking to open in fall of 2026 receive interview priority. You will hear from a total of 5 accelerated applicants this month. And then today, the 2 accelerated applicants that you'll hear from are both slated and proposed to open in Wake County. So our quick overview, just a few, highlighting a few legislative and administrative references. We'll recap the 2024 cycle and then go right into the 2025 application and interview process. So on the next slide, all of these statutory references have been hyperlinked. In this presentation, they are on eBoard. And so essentially, 115C-218 is the legislation that grants the Charter Schools Review Board as the authorizing body for the state. It expressly lays out the duties of the board. And then when we look at 218.5 subsection A, that is a recent legislation that prohibits LEA impact review. So as we move into the application interviews this cycle, has not been any LEA impacts submitted or reviewed. On that next slide, 218.2, this is again a reference to the law that grants applicants the opportunity to correct their applications. The Office of Charter Schools has provided each applicant that you'll hear from with a minimum of 5 business days for correction during what's called the completeness check phase. And then the law goes on further to address the opportunity for the capacity interview. And then 218.9 established the State Board of Education as the appellate party to the final decisions of the Charter Schools Review Board to grant, revoke, or amend a charter. And just keep it in mind that the notice of appeal must be made within 10 days of your board's decision. And then copies, if there is an appeal, copies must be provided to the OCS director, the state superintendent, the Charter School Review Board chair. And then if we can move to the next slide, please. So here we have some relevant administrative code references specific to acceleration and fast track. That 0.0508 rule essentially establishes the application fee and then other academic, financial, and governance factors to consider when making determinations of charter approval. And then again, the rules that follow are specific to our special request applicants, the accelerated and the fast track pathway. So again, we have links here. You can look closer at the administrative code. Yeah, next slide is fine. The administrative code for the acceleration rule. Again, this will apply to 5 of the applicants that we'll hear in this cohort. And then Director Baccaro, she has provided your board with the facilities reports for all of the accelerated applicants. So this will be relevant for those applications that we'll hear this month. And then on our next slide, this special request fast track replication, this does apply to our first applicant that you'll hear from today, specifically Rule 0513 kind of outlines the eligibility requirements. The Office of Charter Schools has, in relation to our applicant that we'll hear from today, we have checked all of the parameters that you see here, and then we'll have the accountability team with the Office of Charter Schools available if there are additional questions relative to that applicant. And so we can move on to the next slide, please. This is where we recap the decisions from our 2024 cycle. Your board approved a total of 6 schools out of 12 interviews, so a 50% approval rate. This included 1 statewide remote school and then 1 approval each in Guilford, Wake, Chatham, Forsyth, and Warren counties. With the exception of the 3 schools that have already delayed, those in yellow, the year 1 total enrollment projection for these schools that are slated to open in 2026 is approximately 1,270 students. These approved schools will begin the RTO cohort in a couple of weeks when planning year session 1 begins. And the next slide is what a look at the upcoming RTO cohort. So when we include 2 previously delayed schools, of which you heard from 1 via amendment earlier today, the upcoming RTO cohort is estimated to provide school choice to more than 1,700 students. And on our next slide, this is a reminder of the committee chair designations here. So you all can take a review of that. I think today the policy committee is leading our applications today. And then tomorrow we'll have additional, I think 1 policy committee lead, and then the other 2 will be performance committee. And just a word about the committees, that if you grant a second round, the committee chairs are responsible for gathering those interview questions from your fellow committee members. And then just a word about the application process. At the close of the application cycle, each application is assigned to 3 evaluators. There's external evaluators that represent a cross-section of educational and industry experience. And then we have 1 evaluator from the Office of Charter School Staff. And then members from the NCDPI, Exceptional Children, and the Multilingual Divisions have also evaluated the application. And then every applicant was provided with the summary feedback in preparation for the interview. And then each section of the application is rated, and then commentary has been provided. Again, that's the summary feedback. And so the Office of Charter Schools did send that summary feedback out to each applicant board chair and then any designated primary point of contact. And so when we look at what the interview structure is, it's 1 hour in duration. Again, we'll have 2 accelerated applicants today and then 3 tomorrow. And so the Office of Charter Schools typically makes the 5-minute introduction, and then the applicant has a 10-minute opening statement, and then the review board has a 25-minute Q&A opportunity. We do extend that Q&A if there is a management organization affiliated with the application. So that's an additional 30 minutes. And then the applicant is allowed 10 additional minutes for closing. And then your board will deliberate and make the motion and the vote. So that's the hour. And then if your board does grant any second round interviews, again, for accelerated applicants, that would be next month in October. That would be a more abbreviated timeline. Again, the committee leads are responsible for gathering those questions, and then the Office of Charter Schools will send any of those generated questions to the applicant, and the applicant then has at least 10 calendar days to submit the requested documentation. All right.
Mr. Radcliffe, it's okay if I just want to just throw something out for consideration for the board. I know tomorrow we're going to get an update, I believe, from the Office of Charter Schools regarding attendance for students for some of our newer schools that opened this year. I think as we're approaching the interview process for new applications coming in through this year, and also thinking about the number of schools that are coming in under enrolled or asking for delays coming out of RTO. I think as we're asking questions and we're reading applications and the answers we're getting from folks, we need to stay focused on how marketing is going, the number of students you think you be precise, and then maybe stipulations or something we need to think about through the RTO process, that before a school announces that it's opening, that there's something that we have a check in place to make sure that student numbers are where they need to be before staff is hired, getting paid, and then all of a sudden let go. So I just want to throw that out. I'm very concerned, and I'm sure many of you are too, on how student enrollment is panning out for some of the schools that we're approving, as they stand in front of us and tell us that they're assured that there's interest and that they're going to fill the buildings up, and it's just not happening. And it's not just a North Carolina thing, it's happening in a lot of places, but I just wanted to make sure that we're asking the right questions and looking at the applications in the right way to ensure that if we're going to approve a school, they're going to have the numbers that they need to get things going. For the students that go to those schools and for the staff that are saying they're going to go work there, it's really not a comfortable thing to have to close a school down because they don't hit their targets. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, and again, if your board does grant any round two interviews, they're more condensed in nature, so there's shorter. Thank you. There's shorter open and closing statements there, a total of 50 minutes if you call an applicant back to the office for a second interview. And so today, following each interview, your board is prepared to make one of three recommendations: motion to approve for ready to open, motion to deny ready to open, or you may grant the second interview. And then again, if you do render a denial decision, the applicant now has appellate rights under the previously mentioned general statute. All right, so if we can move on to the next slide, please. And so here's the county distribution of the 13 applicants. Again, we do have one pending withdrawal, but this is the county distribution. The board will hear from 2 Wake County applicants today, and then tomorrow, Edgecombe, Forsyth, and Moore County. And so this is a look at the 2025 applicant cohort at a glance. Again, all schools are pending approval. This slide does show the total projected student enrollment for all schools in the 2025 applicant cohort. So 3,300 students total in year one, growing to nearly 6,300 students projected for this cohort. This applicant cohort is similar in size to last year, the 2024 cycle, and the size in the number of applicants received. However, the projected student enrollment is significantly smaller here than we saw last year. This indicates a proposed schools that have smaller student populations in comparison to 2024. Last year's year one student enrollment totaled nearly 7,000 students, growing to nearly 17,000 students by year 5. So a smaller applicant cohort by way of student projection. So I can stop there before we actually move into calling our first applicant of today, if there are any questions relative to the process.
You indicated there might be one withdrawal.
So we may end up having a withdrawal. So that may be just 12, one less interview, a standard timeline applicant.
Okay.
Yep. All right, so our first applicant today is a fast track replication. It's the Institute for Development of Young Leaders for Wake County, and they are asking to replicate the Institute for the Development of Young Leaders in Durham County. This is an accelerated applicant. Their mission statement is to provide the child-centered education for historically underserved children by empowering the students to take ownership of their learning and developing their skills to lead while supporting their wellness and community. This is the mission statement that your board just approved through the amendment process. And so Ideal Durham does propose a K-8 campus in year one, serving 350 students. Ideal Wake will not participate in the National School Lunch Program. However, they will provide no-cost meals to all students. They do anticipate providing bus transportation by way of bus purchase and hiring part-time bus drivers at around 20 hours per week. They will not utilize a weighted lottery, and they actually do have a proposed location. The Office of Charter Schools Director Baccaro did make those site visits to the property at 3211 Bramer Drive, which is the site of a former charter school. They are not a repeat applicant. And the application, there was assistance provided via consultancy of the Goodall Consulting Group. The Ideal Board is fully in person here today. I do believe they do have some online representation from Goodall Consulting online as well, but all 6 of their board members are present today. And so if we can go to the next slide, please. As a reminder, there are a total of 28 charter schools in Wake County. there are 202 traditional schools in the county. So this is the illustration of the school distribution in Wake County. And then what we have here in your blue bar is the applicant's proposed demographic relative to the county's demographic. So in blue, you'll see where they're proposing significantly a higher population of educationally disadvantaged students, which is a thematic across the application itself. So that I have that here for you. We can move to the next slide, please. Relative to their eligibility for a fast track replication, the Office of Charter Schools, the renewal teams, has verified the academic performances here that you see over the last school years. And so most recently, Ideal Durham exceeded growth, and they earned a school performance grade of a C in the Durham LEA, and they are comparable to the Durham LEA. So this is essentially their eligibility criteria for fast track. They do not have any audit findings as verified by the accountability team within the Office of Charter Schools. And so on the next slide, we've essentially just linked to their application on our website. Then we have a link specifically to their current school in Durham, and specifically in the application, the replication evidences are located at question 57 through 67. And again, we have full representation of the Ideal Board. We can call them forward now to begin their 10-minute open statement. The primary contact here has been Dr. Yvette Monroe, and then Dr. Christopher Edwards is here. And so at this time, I'd like to turn the floor over to Ideal Wake to allow them to make their 10-minute opening statement.
Thank you so much and good morning.
Good morning. Say good morning. Good morning. Dr. Edwards, you go first. I am pleased to be back today to talk about IDYL. Approximately 12 years ago, March 2013, I stood in the same room, a different podium, a different layout, to talk about what we had planned to do with Durham IDYL. I want to reiterate that as I talk about what we will do for Wake County. At that time, I talked about engaging the community and students that had been failed by the system, disenfranchised, with the following model. We would engage them based on a model put forth by Maslow's hierarchy. And by that, I mean, we said that we would make sure our kids were fed. We would make sure the kids were clothed. To the degree that we had power, we would make sure that the kids lived indoors. We would make sure that their safety concerns were addressed so that when they came to school to learn, they actually had the capacity and the skills and the tools that it took to learn. Since that time, and over the last decade, we have done what I think good scientists do, and that is we have tried models. Not every model has been successful. One of the things that we've distinguished for the board and for our kids is the difference between failing and becoming a failure. We see failing as an option when you press beyond your boundaries, when you try to do things that have not been done before. We see failing as a byproduct of significant effort. You can fail, however, as many of us do daily, without becoming a failure. One of the models for our replication in Wake County is that we will engage kids and their families that have been disenfranchised and defined as unteachable. We will engage them with a model that says every child can learn, that there is no child that, given the right resources, cannot be taught. We will engage students with a professional team of educators. We will engage them in an environment where they are loved and cared for, where their self-esteem is as important as the books that they read. We will engage them, lastly, with a sense of mutual respect, where socioeconomics do not define who they are. I stand before you today really representing the board and the school and a community. You will see that our space is crowded. We have professors, we have doctors, we have clinicians, we have psychologists, we have students from Wake County and Durham County, as we do what my fraternity brother said that we often must do. You may know my fraternity brother. His name is Dr. Reverend Martin Luther King. And one of his most favorite speeches for me is not the I Have a Dream speech. It is a speech that says, you don't have to know the staircase to take the first step. We are here today to suggest to you that we are ready to take that blind step in Wake County as we did 12 years ago. If you don't get the pun, we stepped out on faith. We did not have total evidence and we did not know all the answers back then. We do not have all the answers today. But what we have is a commitment to the education of kids in North Carolina. I said 12 years ago that you would see me again. I say to you today, you will see me again. Wake County is not the end, but the beginning. DYL, and the model it represents, we hope to proliferate across North Carolina. With that said, because I could stand here for hours, not 10 minutes, I will allow our CEO to speak and supplement anything that I did not provide you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards. It's always a challenge to come behind Dr. Edwards. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of this esteemed board. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today. My name is Yvette Monroe, and I serve the school, the Institute for the Development of Young Leaders, as its CEO. I come before you with deep conviction that the work that Ideal is doing is noble and just. I come to you with a clear request that you approve the replication of our flagship school into Wake County. Our new mission is straightforward but vital. It speaks about serving children who have been underserved by empowering them. That simply means to have them have a belief in themselves, to allow them to take ownership of their learning and develop skills to lead. In Wake County, we envision a school where every child is seen, heard, and valued. This mission and vision have driven every decision we've made at the flagship campus. And it's what compels us to Wake County today. We are a trailblazer in North Carolina educational landscape. We are a school that removes barriers, builds belonging, and transforms outcomes for students who have too often been underserved. We believe in putting the whole child at the center, and when we do, children grow. The need in Wake County could not be more urgent. After seeing the proven success of the flagship school, our board made an intentional, thoughtful decision to replicate that success, focusing on high-risk students and families that need strong options. Wake County, in the area that we are proposing to house the school, there's a real demand for the school. There's a gap that exists today. I'm trying to rush through my speech so I don't run out of time. We've already seen an overwhelming interest in this school. In fact, more than 1,400 families expressed interest in enrolling. I'm sorry, that's 1,400 students. That's over 4 times our first year enrollment numbers, more than triple our long-term target of having 450 students. This kind of response speaks to concerns about under-enrollment. The fact that we have a facility that was once a school speaks to being ready to open on an accelerated basis. Our growth plan is achievable, it's reasonable, it's practical, and indeed it is conservative. Our reputation precedes us. Year after year, we have exceeded growth expectations, not once, but consistently, placing us among the top 4. Hello, Mr. Sanchez. We're coming for you. Placing us among the top 4 of all charter schools in the entire state for growth outcomes. This is not a one-time achievement. Look at what we did last school year, this current test season. I'm talking to you, Mr. Sanchez. Where is he? There he is. I'm sorry. Mr. Sanchez. Hi, I'm coming for you. Early end of year data from this past school year, though not yet publicly, well, it's been released since the speech was written, it strongly suggests that we are on track, not only to continue exceeding growth, but we have raised our school performance and changed the overall school rating. That upward trajectory, very timely, speaks for itself. Our model works. I can go on about the human impact and not just the numbers. I have children in the Air Force, in the Navy, in the Army, in college, in career, after 12 years of schools telling them that they were not fit to be schooled. That is why this replication is so important. We want to offer this opportunity to the children and families in Wake County. We have already negotiated the cost of the property, and we have further negotiated it further down from where we completed the application. So we have a lower mortgage on the property.
But you just wrap up.
Yes,
please.
Which leads to a bigger opportunity for a budget that is sound. Thank you, and we will continue this later.
Thank you so much. And this interview is going to be led by Dr. Hare.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm one of those board members who reviews our charter board applicant. I review your background checks and your information forms and try to learn about you before you come before us. So I just appreciate the fine board you've put together. But I also want to say, I think if I read things correctly, we need to be singing happy birthday to one of your board members today.
Yeah.
So Chair Edwards, happy birthday. What a way to spend your birthday, right?
I am pleased to be 27 years old.
Again. Likewise. So thank you for that fine presentation. I'm going to be collecting questions and information from the board here that we will pose to you. So we may need a minute to gather our questions and see what we want to have you address about specifics of your application. Okay, so
I don't have questions, but I just wanted to say congratulations, exceeding growth that many times in a row and then getting up to that C, big accomplishment. I was there. I saw what's happening in those classrooms. Kids talking to me without even knowing who I was, able to tell me what they were doing in class, teachers engaging with their kids, happy to be there. It's a good environment. And if you guys can replicate that in Wake County, then I'm all for it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess my questions, Dr. Hare, would fall around, I'd like to learn a little bit more about the school leadership that's going to be in place at the proposed site in Wake County, or is leadership coming over from the Durham campus? Related to that is just kind of, anytime you're growing your school, being able to go into a new site and maintain the same culture. And so how do they plan to do that? And then I think she was going down this path with the in the opening statements, just a little bit more about the facility. Are they buying it outright? Is it a long-term lease? Just sort of where they're at on the facility, and then what that facility hasn't been used. It's been used as a school, but not for many years, is my understanding. So what improvements need to take place at that facility to get it up to code for an application, particularly for an accelerated application?
Questions?
And my question is related to real estate. I looked at their offer to purchase and I noticed that it checked dual agency. I want to know if they understand what dual agency means, if they're comfortable with it, and if they signed a buyer's agency agreement agreeing to have dual agency.
Okay. Other board members? Yes, sir.
I mean, so first off, I do want to echo the comment of just the growth is awesome. It's always cool to see those bar graphs go like that, and that's what you're seeing across the school for many years now. And then to finally, punch through the ceiling and earn the C is amazing. The growth score is amazing, and then the math results are you're coming for us. We got to look to you. I mean, your growth score is amazing, especially in math. The question I would have is twofold. One is I'm not aware that they don't have a high school. It's a K-8 model, right?
Right.
So why not, right? If we're talking about under-resourced kids, the idea of doing 2/3 of their education and not kind of connecting the dots to college and career, I'd wonder why that wasn't addressed. And then the second thing is, Dr. Bart, what was his last name? Danielson was sitting here, and we got into this whole thing of, you're going to replicate. The whole Chick-fil-A, do you have the perfect chicken sandwich to then replicate? And it was a funny conversation we all had. I would wonder in reading if that model's been built. The reading proficiency is still not where the math is and not growing at the same pace. And so I'd wonder, do you really feel that the literacy model that you have is in a place that it's baked and can be replicated? And if not, what are you going to do to make sure that it's there for both the existing school, the flagship, as well as the school that you're proposing?
Others?
The space that you're going to be coming into, that used to be the Torchlight School.
Yeah.
Is that correct? So the question that I would have, I just wanted to clarify that, is that school was shut down and just I have no doubt, but there's reputational concerns of that space and what the thinking has been around that.
Thank you. Reputation.
And there's no overlap, right? In ownership, they're not renting from that guy. Like
That's the direct way of asking the question I was asking. Yeah, which is around lease and who the owner is and that relationship. And
I've checked out the deed.
okay. And I guess one question I was going to ask too, and they addressed it in their opening, but maybe I'd like to get a little bit more clarity or just understanding is why Wake County? Is it because this facility is available, or was there considerations given to other locations? That's all.
I also have a couple of questions to add, Ms. Monroe and Chairman Edwards. I don't doubt there's interest. I really don't doubt that there is a need for this school, but the evidence that you submitted really didn't reflect that. You had a list of 387 families, but many of those, the columns were students per grade level, and many of those were zeros. And in fact, when I sorted the first row, which would have been the kindergarten row, I didn't get to a student number until row 325 out of 387. So then I sorted the first grade, the second, and continued to sort. And of course, it gets mixed since parents might have some in each grade, but it just didn't indicate a high level of student interest. And there were certainly no like intent to enroll forms. I didn't see, maybe that data was from the form, but I didn't see any forms. So it really concerned me that we didn't get some really hard evidence, overwhelming, proof of confidence that there are people waiting to enroll their child in the school. That should have been submitted. Another thing is you mentioned co-teachers in every class, and there are 7, you'd start with 7 grades, K through 6, so 7 classes, two classes in each grade, 14 teachers, and you have 14 teachers, so there aren't 2 teachers for each class. There would be an assistant, I think, but the narrative said we would have 2 teachers in each classroom. So I'd like you to address that little piece as well. And that together with the questions that we have about the facility. So you've sort of heard some of the things on our minds. If you want to just take turns, see who wants to address what, we can jump in there with our follow-ups.
I'll start, but I think Dr. Edwards. And of course, you've said a lot. So if I don't address anything, please remind me. Of the easy answer, of course, we understand dual agency, and we have signed that agreement. We have a great relationship with both our real estate agent and the seller, and we have been able to punch that price down because of it. The other question, I think you answered, the ownership changed since the last charter school was there. So we're buying it from an investor who bought those properties. The inspection report shows minimal needs. And as you know, it's already constructed into a school, but there are things like roofing, HVAC, and plumbing that needs to be addressed, but it is not indicating that it needs to be replaced. And we've had folks come out and give us cost estimates about what that would mean and what the time frames would be, and they are certainly within our ability. Let's see. The evidence of the need. I don't have what was sent to you, so I'm going to try to interpret what maybe seems missing. The grade 0 is speaking of kindergarten because they're coming from no grade. So that may be part of.
No, what I was referencing is it's a spreadsheet.
Yes.
With the parent's name, so
Yes.
guardian or parent, and then a column for each grade level.
Yes.
And an indicator if they had a child they were if they had a child, if they had a
Yes.
child in that grade level. It wasn't even, I don't think, an enrollment or an intent to enroll.
It
So-
came from the intent to enroll form.
Okay, and
Yes.
so in every column, there are a lot of zeros, which means 0 children for that grade level. And
Yes.
some are zeros all the way across. And if you sort one column for one grade level just to see, out of your 387 rows, I didn't get a child in that kindergarten until row 325. So it went all the way through all the names until they indicated they had a kindergarten child, and then the remaining rows would have been 60 some rows for kindergarten. You follow what I'm saying?
Not really, but let me try to and then maybe I'll ask Alicia to help me with this explanation.
Right, and you don't have to try to explain this
Okay.
spreadsheet. My overall point is that that was the only thing submitted, and we so it really didn't give us any good concrete evidence that there's a demand for the school.
Okay.
So if you want to speak to that in general, that would be okay.
Certainly, we have marketed the school both on social media. We have a website for the school. We went door to door to families within a 10-mile radius, and we've held fairs at the school. And we have gotten an overwhelming amount, and I think it's over 1,400. And I'm not sure when the application was submitted to now, and if that was already there. But what I can tell you is the way the spreadsheet was laid out may not be reflective of what we actually had in terms of raw data.
There is an intent to enroll in that document that you received that presents graphically, maybe better than the individual lines of the spreadsheet, that which is the intent to enroll. And what I think you'll see graphically is exactly what we have described, which is there is demand. And it's in Appendix A.
Okay.
While you're on that topic, because I think Eric asked a good question. While you guys were out in this 10-mile circumference of the school, was there any feeling of negativity towards the fact that that school is owned by a school that was shut down? And did you feel any residual from that when you guys were looking into enrollment?
0, 100% none. I think any residual negativity may be with non families that would be prospective families that send their children there. In fact, it was 100% feelings of positive understanding relationship towards the school, and a real excitement that a school might come back into the community. So there was none. It was opposite for the parents and children that we encountered.
If I can connect that to a couple of the earlier questions. One question was, how did we get to the decision to replicate K through 8 versus high school? I think that's an extraordinarily important question. We began this process internally about 5 years ago. So we didn't accidentally decide that we were going to do K through 8 and not do high school. In the traditional scientific method, which is what I am, a scientist, replication, and then more replication. And so rather than go to a new venture, which would be logical, which could be done, and I won't say we won't do that, but it was important to us to see if we could replicate in Wake County that which we had done in Durham County. So that is how we got to another K through 8 versus a high school. The second part of my answer is, I think a part of why we did not get a substantial amount of negativity about the property that we are pursuing is that we are not visitors to the community. We are actually invested and have board members who are in the Wake County community. We knew exactly what we were acquiring before we ever began pursuing it. We knew what it would take to go and make an impact. And a part of that was being present. We have been present on that property more times than you can imagine. We have been present in that community more times than you can imagine. We've had conversations in that community more times than you can imagine. And I say that because that really is and was the foundation of our success in Durham. We didn't have a magic bullet for Durham. We didn't have anyone to lead us to success in Durham. We got into the street where our kids lived. We talked to families. We talked to businesses. We created coalitions of the willing. If you don't want to come, you don't have to come. But if you're wanting to come, we're available. We engaged the community as a part of the community infrastructure. And that was the basis of our Durham success. That is also a part of our replication for Wake County.
May I ask a follow-up?
You can.
Dr. Here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't get to-
Yeah, she has to give me permission. One of my questions that I had written down is directly to what you just said. Currently, all of your board members live in Durham.
No.
No, that's
Incorrect.
County of Residence says Durham for all of them.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just reading
I'm
the
sorry.
application.
Mhm.
And so I guess that's my question is, is this going to be the same board? If so, is there going to be more Wake representation? Is there going to be an advisory board? Like, what does that look like? Because clearly you guys have done a great job in Durham, but like, what steps from a organizational governance community standpoint do you have in place to replicate that in Wake County?
I can take that if you
Yeah,
like.
I'll start and you
Okay.
finish. It is the same board. We do have a member who's a Wake County resident, and we are interested in getting other Wake County residents on the board.
In terms of advisory, we have in Durham, and we would plan to create the same in Wake County. My chairman's advisory board for Durham includes Dr. Elwood Robinson, the former chancellor of WSSU in Winston-Salem, Keith Whitfield, Dr. Keith Whitfield, the president of UNLV, Dr. John Salas, North Carolina Central University, seated here. I have a personal advisory board that includes professionals and students that we would replicate in Wake County. That is certainly the basis of our success.
I live in Wake County.
And yes,
If that helps.
yes. Again, that I go back to the statement I made earlier. We're not visitors to the community. We don't do drive-by education. We are invested in both intellectually, financially, and otherwise the communities that we serve.
And just to continue that answer, I would encourage the board to understand that families that we're serving in Durham and the families we would serve in Wake County will not assess us as outsiders. However, if we were not part of the lived experience of their community, even if we lived in Wake County, they may see us as outsiders. So in terms of, yes, the governance board, we want Wake County represented on that board. But I just want to also put that nuance in there that for the families that we're serving and the community we're serving, it is about lived experience rather than where are you from and where I'm from and how much you make.
Do you guys have a waiting list currently at the school?
We do not. Our policy is to not give put children on a wait list. We currently have 467 students in our building and plan for 450 this year.
Transportation is provided, correct? I remember you got part-time bus drivers, right? So would there be an opportunity for kids that are closer in Durham County to your school in Wake for them to be able to automatically transfer over? Do you guys have that articulation agreement between the schools?
We have not discussed that at all. And I would think that because both schools would be separate entities, any family or can withdraw a child to attend another school, but would have to go through the enrollment process as defined by the state.
I think we've addressed a number of the questions. Maybe speak to how you want to replicate the culture that you currently have at your flagship school and the leadership that you plan for the new school.
I think key amounts, and I'll let Dr. Edwards go, but key is that the same CEO who is the visionary founder and who's operated and led the Durham School for 12 years, now in our 13th year, will be the CEO of the Ideal Wake. And that brings the culture because that person is, I'm speaking in the third person right now, that person is a strong leader when it comes to culture. Along with that, we do intend to share some of the other administrators with the Ideal Wake, especially in the first year, in order to support duplicating the culture, replicating the culture. And then lastly, trainings will be centralized. And so some of what Ideal teachers and staff get now that allows for the culture that we have, the Ideal Wake staff would be coming to those trainings. And there's a huge induction into what our culture should look like.
Mm-hmm. Could someone on the board or in the office pull up the application to Q119 and look at the bar graph that they referenced? I don't want to spend time on it, but I just need confirmation that then it's difficult to read or the numbers aren't there, or maybe I'm missing something. If just someone else would put eyes on it. It's at Q119, the Appendix A, and it's the bar graph that they referenced. And you scroll through a PDF document to get to the bar graph. I have another question for Ms. Monroe. I've heard the great performance, but I do want to clarify and confirm for myself the academic history. Last year in March, did we not meet with you about continuing low performing status at that time?
Yes.
Okay, that was in March of last year. So continuing low performance means that 2 out of the last 3 years, the school was low performing, right?
My understanding, and yes, yes.
And so when did that turn? I guess that turned this past academic year when you exceeded growth.
We've exceeded growth every year for the last 9 years.
Okay, so you exceeded growth, but still fell in that low performance
because because our children, our target, are children who are already 2 or 3 grades or more behind when they come to us. We have a 8th grader coming to us for the first time this year that is reading on a kindergarten level. And they've been in public school the whole time. So while we may grow them into 4th grade readers, they will not show proficiency. And so the algorithm will leave us behind based on the children we are targeting.
So how many years did you say you've exceeded growth consecutively? Did you say
at least 8?
8, okay.
We've met growth the other times.
Okay, right.
And just to expand that slightly, we could close and you would absorb our students in other academic centers and their grades would go down. We took on a group from day one that we knew would not be reflected by standard metrics as successes. What you will not see on the board is an interruption of the community to prison pipeline. What you will not see on your screen is the interruption of the community to jail pipeline and then the grave pipeline. And so there are many standard metrics that we live by and we will always try to reach, but we know we will fail many of those without becoming failures.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're out of time for this portion
I want
of
more.
the interview. I think we do too. However, we're going to give you 10 minutes to bring close to this whole discussion, and then our board will do more deliberating. We may have another follow-up question or two, but you're allowed to close.
I want to emphasize that our school is successful because we've taken students who were, and that's why we exceeded growth, who the state of North Carolina did not think could do the work that we have produced that they have produced based on our support. We are in the top 4 of charter schools in North Carolina for growth. So what that tells you is if we had children that were on grade level when they came in, we would be A schools. But we grow all of them. I think our growth is 100 this past testing season, and it was 98 the 0.2 the season before. I am very proud of all the work that the teachers have done to support the outcomes. I'm very elated because when you work that hard, day after day, and then there's a letter that says fail, they are demoralized. So I'm excited to say to them, you have done this and gotten us to a C. But I'm sure you all are in agreement. I am clear that the work that Ideal has done has made them a success story and a unicorn in this landscape. And I would like to offer that opportunity to the families in Wake County, which would further the impact in North Carolina, Carolina's communities, and bring about positive change. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. And thank you for your approval of the replication.
They have a couple of minutes, don't they?
Yes.
Could your board members just walk through and tell us their names and roll? We didn't meet your board.
Hi, I'm Latoya Williams. My specialist is an HR specialist, and I work mainly with HR strategies and governance.
Hi, Dr. Jennifer Rounds Bryant. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist for 35 plus years.
Wow.
Hi, I'm Dr. Christy Walker. I'm a career placement manager for a nonprofit that helps students and military affiliated find jobs in tech.
Renee McKenzie. I am a business systems analyst with 20 years at Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina.
I'm Dr. Edwards.
That voice.
I would say in closing, we stood before you 12 years ago, and my ego will not let me ask why you approved us 12 years ago. I don't want to know. But whatever the reason, I hope that today you do the same. Our commitment is the same. Our organizational structure has passed the time and fire test required to suggest today that we can replicate, not duplicate, what we did in Durham. We will not start perfectly on day one. We will make mistakes as all humans will. But you have our commitment, as you had 12 years ago, that we will be here until we are successful. Thank you.
Mr. Sanchez had a question, and I hope I have 30 seconds to address it. Mr. Sanchez, we do look at the reading scores and want that while it is improving every year, it's not at the rapid rate of the math scores. And so we've decided to engage other school leaders and other data-informed practices in order to get our school leaders to understand more about weekly data, about mining the data, and about using it to even more personalize the reading as we did with the math. So we have already taken into consideration where we'd like to be, and we've attached ourselves to the right people.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ms. Monroe.
Dr. Hare,
Yes, ma'am.
I know we're going to discuss. I'm not sure if this is the time or not, but I do have a question.
It'd be fine.
I could do it now. Okay. I have visited your school, never been able to sit down and talk with you. Our schedules have been crazy, but I just want to say thank you to all of your team. An amazing school. Just a quick question, and I mean, I guess you can tell by my comments, I would vote yes right now, make a motion, but I will not. But anyway, you were low performing 12 years ago. I mean, I remember sitting on this board thinking that we might have to close you down. It was like Sugar Creek almost, okay? What has made the biggest impact on your culture, you're a turnaround. You're a turnaround school. You guys are great. I want to learn from you. What made the difference?
There's so many pieces, but I'll just say this one, which is very important. On the top of the pieces would be understanding that what we were asking children to do, we needed to do for teachers.
So it was staff.
So we wanted children who were previously disengaged to be re-engaged. We had to do that for staff with their morale and how they saw the teaching profession in North Carolina. We had to support their wellness and not just the students' wellness, and ask them to support students' wellness when no one was supporting their wellness. And we had to continue to provide good professional development and educational opportunities, bring it before them, provide that for them, support them, not one and done, just keep real-time feedback with that support, and then create career pathways where staff now sees that there are opportunities to grow inside of the organization. So this is one of the top things. I love teachers. They're the best profession ever. They hear it from me all the time. They're celebrated, engaged, supported in every way.
Thank you.
So would you consider putting an educator on your board?
Would you volunteer yourself?
Well, my list is this long.
I will also say, to me, like I was regional superintendent in Guilford County Schools, had the 9 lowest performing schools there, and was charged with turning them around. And I've seen the work that it takes to go into this type of effort, and it's missionary work, right? So when we think about why charter schools were created, it was to do different things for school systems to be able to look and see these are the labs, this is where things are happening to do differently. I hope people are taking note in that area instead of seeing you as competition. I hope they're seeing you as an opportunity to go and find out how you're doing this different with the same kids that have not succeeded in their schools, right? So I applaud you for the effort, and I know how hard that work is. And to see the smiles and to see all the stuff that's in place in that school and how happy those kids are makes all the difference in the world. Once that happiness is there and people feel like they're cared for, they start believing that they can do just like anybody else can. And so thank you for your work on that.
The portion I was going to piggyback off, I also represent a parent portion on the board. Both of my sons attended there, and during the course of their time there, the focus is building not just educational but well-rounded individuals and children, and building that community and that connection with the children. And I think as he mentioned, when that connection is built with the children, you can see that they believe in themselves, and it starts in believing in yourself, not just with the resources that you have. So that, I think, also is a big part of why the growth has been that way, is because of the building of the rounded individual and the connection that the teachers, the staff, the school, even the children and parents do make and engage.
Thank you for that, Renee. I was actually going to ask you because I knew she was a flagship parent and she could come as a voice.
Look, let me add one last appendage to that. From a governance perspective, we have a book coming out literally next week on transformational board leadership and governance. And so we have tried not only to replicate in Wake County, but to give the same skills to other schools that may be going down the same path. So
Thank you. Thank you for doing that. I want a copy.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Gwendolyn.
I just said I'd like a copy.
Absolutely.
I can come to you and
Fellow CSRB members, do you have other comments or items that you want to deliberate about?
Well, I was just interested to know about them giving parents the opportunity to make decisions. And I was interested to know what decisions would parents be given the opportunity to.
I'm going to go ahead and make a recommendation or a motion to approve this replication.
Do we have a second?
I don't know who you're gonna take.
It was a tie. We'll give it a hit.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, now, do we have discussion?
Yeah. So, I've been diving into the data the whole time, and it's awesome to see 2021 at 25% proficiency to 48, almost doubling to now. In math, it went from 17 to 53. That's pretty amazing. Reading was a little more modest from 27 to 40, but still everything's going up. Would have loved, and I said this with a previous CMO that was here, who I'm a big fan of, but I would have loved to seen the resources, especially in an under-resourced community, be devoted to taking them all the way through 12th grade, and especially if you're getting an 8th grader who can't read on a kindergarten, like, give yourself some more time to do that. The fragility of this work is real. I live it every day. As much as people want to talk about Henderson Collegiate's achievements, on a month by month or annual basis, we feel the fragility of our success and how fragile it can be. The act of taking your resources and spreading them out furthers that conversation, furthers that concern. And so I just want to caution us, and I'm probably going to support the school's replication, but I want to caution us that a school that was low performing just months ago, as was noted, that's at a point right now where it just punched through the ceiling and earned a C. It's still very, very fragile to go back when you start dividing the leadership that got it to that point, when you start dividing the resources, when you start dividing the attention of a lot of the people there. And so I just want to point that out, that like, we're kind of like, oh, they've got a model, they're going to I'm not sure they have that perfect chicken sandwich just yet. I'm not sure it's there, that it's completely baked and ready to do that. And even if it was, it's still a very fragile proposition to just replicate and divide leadership in the way that they spoke about. So I just wanted to make sure that was said, while I also recognize the immense growth that this school has made. Schools like Sally B, who took a whole nother level and has even passed us in a lot of ways at Henderson Collegiate. They have a K through 12 model that took years to really bake that chicken sandwich, like we said, and get it to a point where they're in a school right now and rocking it to a whole different level. And I think the high school way of thinking about that for schools that serve the children that we do, as well as the idea of making sure that you're not completely dividing your resources. There are schools in our state right now that have done that and have spread themselves thin where they're having trouble getting back to the previous success that they had. So I'll stop.
Yeah, just building on those comments, and you mentioned that you're going to be. I too will vote for this, but my question around the leadership, and there's only one of you, and what the plan is between, from a governance standpoint, the CEO and a principal, and how you're going to.
So this is one of me with a lot that function like 10 of most people. But besides that, there will be a principal at the Wake County location, an assistant principal, instructional coaches. So the CEO is really going to be responsible for ensuring the mission and vision is walked out and operated on and thought about at each decision-making opportunity. It is much more of a, and I hate to say it like this, a hover than a, one person, one man show doing all the work. Our people are well trained and developed and are able to manage the school day to day. If you went there right now and I'm not there, it would be just as if I was there. We do a lot of work in extending our teachers and our staff's ability and skills to do what I'm doing.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer.
Thank you. I've actually visited some of your online sites, and you exude the same enthusiasm and passion, and you're even less constrained online. I think you're being very professional today. When I see your messaging out there, it's very passionate, and it seems like you bring a lot of energy. So you're probably going to try to replicate yourself there in another school.
That's exactly right.
But we have a motion and we have a second. So are we ready to take a vote? Yeah.
Thank you. You're applying for a nonprofit status,
right?
But you already have one.
For the new school, I understood the requirements to be that we would need to have a second nonprofit organization for that LEA.
Right.
She could probably work with the office.
I think it might be good to work with the office, and your board might want to think, we don't want to bring up what just happened in an earlier vote. But your situation is much like, you're adding another campus.
Right.
And so you might want to think that through. If you're going to have central office in one, do that in one location, you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do.
And so just think that through.
Okay.
Don't add any more expense. I know you wouldn't, but I don't want you to think you've got to add more bureaucratic expenses than our expectations.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
So we do
Thank
need
you.
to take a vote. See if it's going to happen. Okay, Ashley.
All right, Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay, Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Gwendolyn Kakadillis. Aye. Eric Gucan,
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Approve.
All right, it is approved unanimously.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Great work.
Yes.
Thank you.
Congratulations. The Office of Charter Schools will be in touch
back shortly.
with next steps. Okay, it's time for a lunch break. This afternoon, we do have one other applicant requesting acceleration. Focus Charter Academy will be hearing about the Stipulation Schools update and then a report from the Coalition for Charter Schools annual report. Let's reconvene at 12:45. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back after our lunch break. At this time, I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Rackley for our next accelerated applicant.
Okay, good afternoon. And so just a refresher here, so that the applicant is aware, we do have an hour allotted today, with 10 minutes for the applicant intro statement and then 25 minutes for your board to deliberate, 10 minutes for a closed statement from the board, followed by your final vote in motion. So Focus Academy's mission statement is to empower students through equal opportunity, quality instruction, integration of the arts, inspiring lifelong learning, academic excellence, and strong character to help them positively contribute to society. They do propose a K-8 model, opening with 200 students in grades K through 4, in year 1, expanding to K-8 in year 5 with 390 students. That's their capacity, is the 390. They will participate in the National School Lunch Program. If eligible, they will pursue the CEP. They are anticipated to provide the bus service to approximately 60 to 80 students. They will utilize a weighted lottery, and they do have on eBoard, there is a facility report provided by the Office of Charter Schools for the accelerated site visit. So they do have a 5-year site as a temporary lease. And then they do plan to have a permanent site by the year of 2031. You did hear from this applicant last year in the 2024 cycle. For this round, they did seek the assistance of American Traditional Academy, although they will not utilize them as the full suite of EMO services. They will use them as a third party for any operational support services that are needed post-opening. And so taking a look, again, there are currently 28 charter schools in Wake County. The bar in blue represents the proposed subgroup demographics that the school is slated to serve, again, several percentage points higher relative to the economically disadvantaged category here. And so this is a 5-member board. The primary applicant contact has been a Dr. Sharia Grubbs. She is here in person with her full board. And so at this time, I'd like to welcome the Focus Academy board to the floor to make their introduction statement.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us an opportunity to come before you and speak about Focus Academy Charter School. My name is Dr. Sharia Grubbs, and I am the founder and the chairperson of Focus Academy Charter School. I have been an educator for over 35 years, serving 21 of those years in the public school system. I've served as an early childhood teacher, an elementary school teacher, and an assistant principal. Education has not just been my profession, but it has been a calling for me. At this time, I'd like to ask the board of Focus Academy members to introduce themselves to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tara Bateman, and I am pleased to serve as treasurer for the board for Focus Academy Charter School. I have served on several other non-for-profit boards, so it is very important to me to be able to participate and contribute to the well-being, and particularly of our young people, in whatever way possible. My educational journey has been teaching in the higher education forum, so I've been able to see some of the deficiencies that show up in the adult learners, and therefore I feel like that gives me quite a perspective on what we need for the younger learners.
Good morning. My name is Kayron Holloman, and I serve as the secretary of the Focus Academy Charter School Board. With 30 years of administrative experience and a lifelong passion for youth development, I am committed to serving on this board because of the vision of cultivating an environment where students can thrive academically, creatively, and socially. My journey began when I was a teenager. I worked with kids organizing dance groups, a choir, and field trips. This started a lifelong commitment of uplifting and supporting young people. My passion grew as I became a parent. My daughter was diagnosed with dyslexia and working memory difficulties. This launched me into advocacy mode. I navigated the educational system and empowered students to self-advocate. During my tenure at the General Assembly, I helped educate parents in multiple counties about disability rights. I hired Senate and House pages and interns. I continued to pour into young children's lives through His Daughter's Legacy, a youth ministry for girls ages 7 to 17 that provides mentorship, community service, opportunities, and life skills. As I sit on the Focus Academy board, I see in every chapter of my journey, from policy work to ministry to authorship, that I've been driven by one mission, which aligns with this board's mission: to help young people grow into confident, compassionate, and successful leaders. I appreciate the time given to hear my story.
Good afternoon. My name is Asia Prince, and I have the pleasure of serving as one of the board members for Focus Academy. Thank you for having us today. Over the last 10 years, I've had the opportunity to serve on 3 different boards, including Focus Academy. And one of the central themes that they all had in common is that they focused on the growth and support of our youth and children, whether that is spiritual growth, whether that's getting back on track after some type of involvement with the court system, or academic growth. I am an attorney, and I currently serve as the director of the North Carolina Administrative Office of the Courts. When I was approached with the opportunity about learning more about joining the Focus Academy board, one of the first things that I did was to look at the vision and mission statement for Focus Academy to ensure that it aligned with my own personal values. One of the things that stuck out to me, not only to the commitment to having educational excellence, but was also the commitment to building strong character in the youth and children that attend the school. And that deeply resonated with me as a father of 3 young children. I try to teach my children the importance of learning and getting a strong education, but also the importance of integrity, compassion, and having a strong character. I'm excited about the work that Focus Academy has done thus far and of being a part of bringing this vision to life. I look forward to our conversation today.
Good afternoon. I am Shawin Du Bois. A little less than a year ago, I had an opportunity to stand before you and introduce myself, having joined the board just about a month prior to the application at that time. Well, I'm back, and the work that I've had with the opportunity to work with Focus Academy's board has been rewarding. I have over half of my life at 42, over half of my life, I have been involved in education. I started teaching at the picnic table at my grandmother's house, who reared me here in North Carolina. I have been in ministry over half of my life and serving as a pastor for the past 20 some years. So I know the math may not be mathing. I just started on the journey early. And so today, having this opportunity and the journey that we've been on in redefining many of the things that the board has for our vision and the mission of Focus Academy, certainly it is an opportunity that allows me also as a classroom teacher to see the work and to also help propel it in a direction that would be positive for the change in our community. Thank you.
Yeah, please forgive me if I have to come out of this jacket. I have my own personal summers. Thank you again for having us. Last year, we stood before you with a hope and a vision, but we left that meeting knowing we had work to do. It was humbling, but it was also motivating. We remembered our purpose, so we regrouped. We listened carefully to your feedback. We sought out experts and committed ourselves to coming back stronger, not just with more passion, but with the structure, the evidence, and the capacity to bring Focus Academy to life. Today, we return with a renewed and unified board, a community interest survey with over 300 responses, indicating real demand for our school, a more refined and sustainable budget, a secure temporary facility with a lease already signed, and a clear, comprehensive plan for how arts integration will drive our academic model. This is not the same team you met before. We are better, wiser, and more prepared. Last year, I shared a story about how I overcame my own fear to help a young child overcome hers. She believed she couldn't swim, and I believed I couldn't either. But I stepped into the pool anyway, because her growth mattered more than mine. That story still defines why I'm here today. I would do it again and again and again, because if helping a child realize they can change their whole trajectory, then my discomfort is worth it. Focus Academy is built on a belief that children just often need someone who's willing to wade into the unknown with them. Someone who refuses to give up until they see their own potential. That's us right here. Focus Academy aims to create an educational environment for students that go beyond the classroom walls. An environment that fosters a love for learning through arts integration, making sure that every child that we have an opportunity to educate believes that they are capable of succeeding academically and in life. For example, a third grade math lesson on geometry might be paired with a hands-on visual arts project where students construct and analyze shapes through collage or sculpture. In a literacy unit, students might explore character development and plot by writing and performing short theatrical scenes based on a novel or historical event. These types of experiences not only deepen understanding, but allow students to connect emotionally and creatively through content. I once heard someone say that passion is overrated. I disagree. While we understand that there is a tremendous business aspect to running a school that cannot be ignored, we would not be here standing before you without the passion needed to make Focus Academy a reality. Passion is not everything, but it is a piece of the puzzle, and it is essential. It's what fuels persistence, humility, and resilience. It's what brought us back here after a setback. It's what led to us knocking on doors, engaging with families, participating in community events. I don't know why I'm crying, y'all, because I'm fine. Okay. It even allowed us to host our own events and improve every area of our application. And it is what reminds us every day that this mission is far greater than any one of us. Focus Academy will be that place where learning comes alive through the arts and where students grow confident in who they are and what they can achieve. Our passion brought us back better and more prepared, and our mission remains clear. The school is for our children and the future they deserve. Focus Academy is more than just a school proposal. It is a promise to our community, to our children, and to ourselves that we will never stop fighting for a place where every child can see themselves as capable, confident, and successful in the classroom and beyond. So thank you again for considering our application.
integration, because that's what sets it apart. Yeah, to speak to that.
Yes. I had the opportunity when I was a teacher to work for a school that integrated the arts into their curriculum. And I worked for Durham at the time, and we were right located in a low income area, right across the street from the projects you probably saw on the news a bunch of times, and yet we excelled. And we excelled because of that art integration. Being a person who had to implement it, I can tell you that I know that it works. But also, I know that it works because the research says it works, right? Research suggests that arts integration, when combined with other subjects, can positively impact students' learning and engagement. So for us, that is our model, and we want to integrate it into our curriculum so that students not only enjoy learning, right? Tap on their creativity, but also excel academically.
I would like to paint a picture of what a typical day would look like in the form of integrating the arts. In this dynamic learning environment, students will thrive academically and creatively by using creative measures, such as on the first day of school, the time they step off the bus. The teachers sing a welcome song and lead in a line to the classroom, dancing to the classroom. Another example, math teachers holding large signs, leading the kids to the classroom by showing them the different ways to incorporate arts in learning. This can make learning fun. The morning and arrival meetings, students are warmly greeted with music, movement, or a short arts-based activity to set a positive tone. In morning meetings, they might sing a class song, practice rhythm claps to build focus, or use a quick drawing to express how they're feeling that day. Reading language arts. Students dive into literacy through whole group lessons, small groups, and centers. Arts integration makes learning dynamic. Kindergartners act out story characters. First graders illustrate vocabulary words, and upper grades use drama or spoken word poetry to analyze text. Specials. All students rotate through dance, music, art, and drama each week. Special teachers collaborate with core teachers to integrate the curriculum into their specialty. Lunch and recess. Students enjoy a healthy meal and playtime. Even here, movement games and structured play often reinforce rhythm, teamwork, and creativity. Math. Lunch and recess. I read that. Okay, math. Math lessons combine direct instruction, practice, and hands-on activities. Arts integration comes alive through rhythm for multiplication, dance to demonstrate symmetry, and creating different shapes and art to explore geometry. Writing. Students engage in creative and academic writing. Arts integration allows them to storyboard narratives, publish illustrated books, or script stories, short plays that connect to their reading or social study units. Science and social studies. In science and social studies, the arts are infused. Students might create a mural of the water cycle, write and perform a skit about community helpers, or compose a chant to remember states and capitals. Students conduct experiments, research, and projects, often culminating in an artistic product. For example, a fourth grade science unit might end with students designing a 3D model of an ecosystem, while a second grade social studies lesson might be expressed through a class play. Recess, social emotional learning. Afternoon breaks provide space for movement and creativity. During SEL lessons, arts integration supports expression. Students may use drawing journals, role play, or music to explore emotions and problem solving. Intervention and enrichment. All students receive what they need: targeted small group support for those who require intervention, and enrichment projects, often arts-based for advanced learners. For example, some students might build a shadow puppet show to retell a story, while others receive phonics practice or math reteaching. Dismissal. The day closes with a reflection. Students might share a quick sketch of what they learned, recite a class poem, engage in a chant or movement they learned, or celebrate through a short performance before heading home. In essence, at Focus Academy, the day looks much like any strong K-5 school schedule, but every subject is brought to life through the arts. Students don't just learn content, they act it, draw it, sing it, and move with it, making learning deeper and more memorable. Thank you. Okay, yes, I would like to, can you ask the question again, sir? Yes, I don't have the lease in front of me, but I think what you might be referring to is, there's an initial, like, when we have access to, there's like a deposit. So I believe you're referring to that deposit, and the total 133,000 is the total of the lease, the monthly lease amount. That's not the monthly lease, that's.
Actually, I'm sorry, I wrote it down wrong. It's actually, the facility lease is $350,000.
A year. For the year.
Yes.
So about 30 a month.
And that's for the church space?
No, it's actually a school. So we will be occupying the building of Word of God Christian Academy. They're no longer operating as a school, so we will be taking over their school building.
I totally made a mistake. I'm like looking at Rise. I'm looking at the wrong notes. I asked the wrong question to the wrong school. My apologies. Lunch sugar just hit me. So
I'll follow up on that though. I am curious in the budget, it does show the 350,000. So, per year, and it goes up about 50,000 each of the next 2 years. Thank you for clarifying. That was going to be my question about whether this was the former Word of God school or is this a property adjacent to it? But it sounds like it's that facility. But in your budget, there's no money for electric, gas, sewer,
That's
trash.
I'm on the right page.
Like,
That's all included in our lease.
it's all included.
Yes, it's included in our lease.
What's the operational support? Because that's like $220,000. So what are you getting out of the operational support? Now that I'm on my right notes.
Yes.
So what we'll be getting out of that is we will be working with ATA academies. We will not be using them as a CMO. We will only be using them to provide service to help with those operational functions. And that will include helping with finance, helping with marketing, helping with facility, because the facility that we have is a temporary facility. We will be looking for a permanent facility in the process.
Payroll, they'll be doing payroll.
Yeah, if I could. So our agreement with ATA is kind of broken up into 3 parts. So the first year of our contract is kind of the application period. So they're assisting us with providing resources with helping us get our application submitted to the board and kind of walking us through that process. If we're hopefully approved today, the next step will be our planning year. So ATA will assist with financial, governmental governance, as well as operational when it comes to meeting our ready to open requirements and anything else that is necessary, helping us with establishing policies and procedures, helping to come up with plans when it comes to hiring, managing the budget, and then we'll move into once the school opens, we'll move into the operating years. So that will be where ATA will be again continue to provide that financial governance and operational support, helping with enroll benefits and enrolling employees. Into that, it will.
So what's your definition of an EMO and a CMO versus what they're providing? Because
Great question.
$220,000 to do your payroll and
And
back
John, this is
off.
Shelley.
Maybe I'm missing something.
Right.
Yeah,
So
John, this is Shelley. Can you hear me?
Yes.
That line item, if you look over in year 5, it's over $400,000.
Back off. I mean, if this isn't an EMO, CMO, I'd like to hear what, I guess we'll hear from the board as to what they think they're getting into here. Cause yeah, let's hear what your standing is on.
Yeah, so just a couple of things. For other schools, ATA serves as a management company, meaning they handle all their operations, all of their finance, like they're in control. That is not the situation. We are using them for services for providing back office operations.
$220,000 in
assistance.
back office.
If I can continue with what that all includes. So they'll be helping in terms of providing contractors for our bookkeeping, like Mr. Prince said, making sure we have our policies and procedures, just things set up for success. And it is only a 3-year lease with them.
Why does it say
A 3-year
$426,000 in year 5?
Because we will continue to need some type of operational support, but it won't be coming from them.
And it's 10% of the revenue
Yes.
on average, no matter what year.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and just keeping in mind, so in addition to what Dr. Grubbs was speaking in terms of things that was shared with us last year, in terms of what was needed, we really took that to heart. And we did our due diligence and reached out to several different organizations that have had success with charter schools. So I don't want you to think we just went to one person, we were just one and done. No, we did our research. There were several organizations and we selected ATA specifically to help us to get established because of their track record with successful charter schools.
So just to piggyback off of Ms. Bateman, we did do our due diligence with everything that we've done. Especially when we selected ATA, as you said, we reached out to different organizations. One of the reasons we reached out for help was really based on your feedback when we came here last time. We realized that we had a lot of holes and that we needed some assistance, but we were very thorough. We are a very, very thorough team and we do not pick or select anybody without doing our due diligence. We also negotiated our contract with them. So there were things in our contract. Each one of us went through a fine tooth comb. We reached out to an attorney. We had an attorney go through it, and then we negotiated some things. So we actually negotiated because ATA had proposed a 4-year contract. We wanted only a 3, and at 10%. So we negotiated that 4 years. And for us, what we want to make sure is that Focus Academy has a strong foundation from the very, very beginning. And we realize that we need some assistance with that, which is why we have contracted with ATA. They are not a CMO for us. They do not run our school. They won't be running our company. They will be providing support, and it will allow us to be able to actually learn and to be able to have a strong foundation from the very beginning.
It is good that you sought out mentors and that you're looking for the support of experienced leaders around you. So we commend you for that because we did recommend that last time. We also had some concerns last year that you were the board chair, as well as intending to be the principal, the head of school when it starts. So how has that changed? What is the status there?
So I will step down from the board. Again, we are in current recruitment. So we're currently recruiting board members. We have already, I'll let Asia speak to that
Yeah, so as Dr. Grubbs was saying, we will be recruiting new members. Our goal is to have at least 7 members on our board. So of course, with Dr. Grubbs stepping down to be the administrator of the school, that leaves us with 3 members that we're looking to add. We have already, the whole board has interviewed one potential candidate, and Dr. Grubbs has interviewed a second candidate that the entire board will interview at the end of this month. And we're kind of recruiting through our networks to find that additional person to support our board.
Thank you. I have a question to our team here. Do we make a determination that the school qualifies for an accelerated status? That there are criteria here that cause it to have a need to be accelerated?
Yes, that would be part of your
Our own
consideration.
deliberations. I know
Yeah.
the 8 points that there were.
And facility, obviously, we provided the facility information. They've spoken to that, and then need, and then those other points that are optional kind of considerations.
Mhm.
I'd like to ask if they have that 501c3.
We do
That's
not.
fine.
We do not have our 501c3, but we will be applying for it. We are a 503 company, but we don't have our tax exempt status as yet. So that is something that we're actually going to be applying for very soon.
With regards to the facility, I'm sorry if you already said this. The size of the facility is how big?
It has 15 classrooms.
The square footage.
Square footage is 21,000 something square feet. I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
21,773.
And who's the landlord?
Word of God Word of God Church.
So 21,000 square feet, and these numbers in here, 350, 400, and so forth. Those are the numbers that connect.
Yes, so it's the 21,000 and something square feet, but there are also 2 modular units which are included in our lease that we also have access to. One has 6 classrooms, the other has 3.
Okay. Going back to the relationship with ATA, so it's 10%. And I saw all the things pre-opening. After the school opens, can you best summarize what you're getting for that 10% once the doors open?
Yes, you just give me one moment, because I wrote it down.
While you're doing that, this may be for somebody else. The financial management, and I may be wrong in my remembering of this, ATA was outsourcing that last time. It wasn't something that the people there did. They procured the contract with the financial management. Is that the case with this? Are they the ones actually doing the financial management, or are they hiring somebody, a firm to do the financial management?
They will be providing a contractor to help us with our bookkeeping and financial management. ATA will not be on how can I say? Like Focus Academy is not hiring ATA to be on Focus Academy board, or ATA is not hiring anyone from Focus Academy to be part of their organization. It is strictly for help and guidance with operational services.
But your financial management company will be
A contractor
that ATA.
that ATA will help us to identify, yes. Keeping in mind, Focus Academy board has the final say.
Of course.
Mhm.
What else are you guys getting for the 10%?
I can't find it on here, but they will be helping with operations, marketing, enrollment, governance.
A lot of that's pre.
Graphic designers.
Once the door opens.
No,
Well,
that continues.
Some of it is afterwards, with our SIS system, they'll help with that. So throughout the process, they're going to help us to build a strong foundation during the school. So facilities will be one thing that happens after operations because we'll be looking for a permanent facility in our targeted area.
If I can ask a question to the board, can you help me understand how you feel these services will only be needed in year one?
Oh, I'm just going based on what the application says. There's a during the application period, there's an after school opening, and then there's kind of mentorship and guidance after that. And I'm trying to understand, and if I'm being frank with you, the credibility of the board to allocate 10% of their budget in a way that seems like it's truly a good decision for the school and for the bottom line.
Okay.
I think I've said this before and I'll say it publicly again. If you're hiring a wedding planner of sorts to procure everything outside of it, it's a lot of money. If they're doing this work, then you may be even getting the benefit of the better part of the deal. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Okay, so I like your analogy of a wedding planner. I was trying to think of an analogy that would serve us, and I can't quite. Maybe.
Remember, all I've heard so far is that financial management's going through a consultant.
Yes.
And that
they are helping us to
there is
identify who that would be.
Marketing aspects that are being done.
There's marketing
So far, for
aspects. there's
10%.
operational.
That's all I've heard.
There are, okay, so I'm not quite sure how to justify.
Let me just step in and say the application references student accounting and finance and the payroll accounting portion that would continue through the next 3-year period.
Yes, and
And if this board has determined that you want to allocate that funding to have those services provided through whatever means, then we just need to consider that, whether we approve or not approve.
This is an interview.
Okay.
I guess what I was getting at when I asked the question was just because I'm trying to come to terms with it in my mind, I won't use the company that I use, but I had a financial back office that I paid a certain amount per student. It came to about $54,000 a year to do all my back office stuff. And how did I get that information? I called another school and said, who are you using for back office? And that didn't cost me anything. So $220,000 to do back office support and to get guidance about who should do your back office support.
And there's another line item, it's just $23,000 a year, but it's still unidentified. It's called other. And we really
Yes.
don't know what those funds are for.
And so keeping in mind, everything that we did on the budget was projecting what it is that we will need. Keeping in mind, our agreement is to pay them 10% of our revenue. So if our revenue should fall short of what we actually have projected due to our enrollment maybe doesn't begin at 200, maybe our enrollment begins at 170, and therefore we don't have to hire the same amount of teachers or things of that matter, or we don't get the same amount of money, federal money or state money. They are only receiving the 10% of our revenue. So I understand and appreciate that we calculated that amount for them per year. But if our revenue is less, then they receive less. So that's not a standard number. And thank you, I forget your name. Yes, for giving those examples, because yes, we do need operational setup, but then we will also need it for those first 3 years. So just being able to identify a contractor for bookkeeping, right? That's not only in year one. We need a bookkeeper, number one, that is already experienced in charter school financial management. It may require a bookkeeper and an accountant, like we're not sure. Right, but we know that we need these things. And so using them to be able to do that research, I can appreciate it only took you one call to another colleague to identify what it was that you needed, but that's not been our experience. Starting from the ground, every particular thing has required at least 2 to 3 calls, at least being on our board meeting agendas 2 to 3 times.
right? So that is a lot of time and effort. So we decided to go with someone who already has experience in identifying these particular things for us.
May I?
Yeah, we need to
piggyback
take
on
a
that?
question.
Yeah.
I understand all that. And I think there's value in partnering with someone who can help you from all stages, from application writing to preparing you to be here today, if you're approved, getting the school open. I don't think anyone would argue that there's value in tapping into expertise, whether you pay for that expertise or not. What I'm struggling to understand is you're going to partner with someone who's not your CMO, even though they're doing CMO-like work. Well, they are. I mean, everything you described is what CMOs do. So if you hired me as your consultant and through my connections, I get you into a contract with someone to do your payroll, someone to do your HR, someone to do your audit, and on and on and on, someone to help with your marketing. Once I've helped you make that decision and you've identified those groups who are going to do that work on behalf of the board, what are you paying me for in year 2 and in year 3, in year 4? I've already brought to the table your auditor, your payroll, your finance person. Help me understand. Once those decisions have been made, why would you keep paying me?
That is a good question. That was a part of our conversation as we was negotiating the contract. So there are ways in which, if going forward, there needs to be some adjustments and some changes. We're we'll be prepared to make that. But we knew coming into this, for the lack of a better term, as rookies of starting a charter school, that we needed a support system that would help us to ensure that we all were successful. All of us come from different backgrounds, different work, and although that is the case, besides living under one roof together, we have become a family to ensure that we could carry out this vision.
And I guess, thank you for that. I guess.
Yes.
Can I speak to that,
I
Bruce?
think if I may, I think there's a difference though in, I'll call it year 0 to year 1. If you're paying me and I'm actually doing that work, I am your payroll manager, I am your auditor, I am XYZ, then it would make sense you would also pay me in year 2 and in year 3 because you're paying me for work I'm doing. But that doesn't sound like what this arrangement is. Year 0 to year 1, yes, you're paying me to help you get you connected to these other organizations. But once you're connected, what value am I bringing to your organization?
May I ask a question? Because apparently we are having a hard time articulating this. Mary Catherine Sauer is in the room. Is it possible for her to speak on that? Because we are using them, to help support us in the very beginning for the first 3 years. But we are the ones that are in control of our school. We'll be in control of the hiring with their support. We'll be in control of the marketing with their support, as we have done a lot of the legwork, but she has provided support in the beginning. The application, she helped with the application. She didn't write the application. She helped with the application. So
And I understand all that, and that's
Bruce.
for sure, but
So the way I see it, someone's paying to do the student accounting and the finance and the payroll in year 2, 3, 4, and 5. And the funds are leaving Focus and going through ATA, and ATA handles it. And so Focus doesn't have to think about it anymore. ATA is managing it, and they continue to get paid year after year because they are the funnel. They are funding.
So an EMO.
So that's my question. I
those
think,
vendors.
yeah, because that feels like an emo, but my question, I think what I'm a little slow on the uptake, but it, if you're paying, is what you're paying to ATA just to find you someone and then you're going to pay the financial people outside of that? Or is it included in what you're paying ATA? Like, that's the part that I don't think I have quite connected.
So in our,
Right, but I don't.
It's not, yeah, we have a problem.
Yeah,
Right,
no,
it's just,
in our
it doesn't quite read like it's included and I'm,
yes, so those things are included. That is part of what they're doing for the work. It's so the gentleman over here mentioned having a wedding planner, right? So you can get married and not have a wedding planner. And it might turn out all right. Or you might forget some things. Or you might say, oh, I wish I had a photographer. Oh, I wish I had a videographer. Oh, I wish I had someone to do whatever it is. Or you can hire a wedding planner and even 6 months to a year before you're getting married, have them to help you set things up so that the day goes as planned. Now, for a school, we don't have the luxury of only hiring someone to help us get things set up for 1 year. This 1 year will just be our planning year. Once we actually get in the school, we're aware there's a whole nother set of things that we have to be mindful of, that we need to take care of. Do we know what all of those things are right now? No, we do not. Because of ATA's experience with other charter schools, we have done our research to believe that they do know what those things will be that we will need to be mindful of and that they can help us to navigate that. And then we have year 3. Yes.
I want to continue down our wedding plans.
We do need to wrap up.
Because
We're out of time.
in this
Go ahead.
particular scenario, if I hire the wedding planner and I'm paying the wedding planner their fee, is the wedding planner paying for the venue and the flowers and the catering and the dress and like,
Depends on what you agreed on.
no, I'm asking about what you've agreed on.
Right. And I'm saying we've agreed that they will take care of those fees
So you're going to pay them and then they're going to pay for everything else.
based on what it is that we need and are agreeing. If they say we want to bring in this bookkeeper and they're this much and they're willing to give you a 2-year contract,
But the
then
money that's paid to them is coming from,
what we pay ATA,
okay, so how is that not an email?
because we're still making the decisions, but they're the ones who are helping us to identify the people.
We do need to. Maybe some of their closure.
There's another factor too.
Some
That is,
closure time.
suppose some of the things that they are proposing don't work out. They have to have the evaluation of whatever services they're receiving, and that comes from the EMO.
No, that comes from, but we are, right, but we are the ones who are making that decision. Maybe I didn't understand what you just noted.
Yeah, part of what I'm saying is that your EMO may be there to assist you, but at the same time, they have to evaluate the effectiveness of whether or not those companies do the right.
We're evaluating that effectiveness as Focus Academy.
Both of you will be doing it, but at the same time, if you needed to change, then you would actually go back to that EMO to assist you. And so my point is, it's like an EMO lookalike. That's what it is.
Ashley, how are we on time?
But at the same time,
I expect we're over time, but I'm not in a position to have any questions answered. Normally I'm ready for a second, and if you would, we only got stuck on this one point. There's some other things too that we haven't even been able to talk. So
I agree.
I appreciate that, but this is I don't know. I just feel disingenuous about the fact that this was I mean, I get it. Maybe you need some services, but the box was checked. No, we're not using a CMO or an EMO, and this is exactly what these things are. You know, regardless of how it's described, it's management. Plain and simple, you know. So I mean, I know we got stuck on that one topic. I don't know how to get to the other issues that we have with the time being gone.
Yeah, they have time to close unless that's been exhausted. Ashley, where would you say we are in our time frame?
It's up to you guys.
Let them close.
Do you have anything you'd like to say in closing, Dr. Grubbs? And then we will deliberate.
I do. I don't know really how to explain how we're not using them as an EMO. They serve as an EMO for some schools, but they also provide services. We chose to use them for their operational support and services, not as an EMO. I'm a little bothered, for lack of a better word, that we really didn't get to talk about Focus Academy and what Focus Academy is about and what we plan to offer to Focus Academy, right? We've put our work in. We've done our due diligence all around. We took your feedback and we came back stronger and we came back better and we came back wiser and we came back ready. We came back with a facility, right? For our school. We came back with community support. We came back more determined. We just came back harder and stronger and better. And I think because we got stuck on this one issue, we didn't get to express that. We didn't get to express what we're going to do for our students, how we're going to serve our community, and what needs to be done. We've put the work in. As I stand before you today, I just want to leave you with this. Focus Academy is not just a plan on paper. It's a living promise. A promise that every child who walks through our doors will be seen, will be challenged, and will be given a chance to discover their own brilliance. We're not afraid of the hard work it takes to build something that lasts because our children are worth it. When we first came before you, we left with valuable feedback. We took that feedback, we listened, we reflected, and we did the work. We came back better, we came back wiser, and we came more determined with stronger structures, clearer plans, and deeper capacity. Along the way, we also knocked on doors, participated in 15 community events, and engaged families. The response has been overwhelming. Through our survey responses, we gathered 302 survey responses showing a real demand for community support. The community has affirmed that for us, this is not only the right mission, but it's the right time. We know starting the school is ambitious. We know it requires accountability, structure, and sacrifice. But we also know that when passion is matched with preparation, persistence, and purpose, transformation is possible. We are here because we believe in that transformation for our students, for their families, and for this community. So today I ask not to just get stuck on that one thing, but to think about what we are offering for our students, what the community needs and what the community wants. As I stated before, this is bigger than us. It's not just about us. One of my favorite quotes is everything seems impossible until it's done, by Nelson Mandela. Last year, this seemed impossible to us. We left feeling defeated, but we put our boots on the ground and we did the work. So please don't just get stuck on that one issue. I understand that it is a concern, but this is about the children that we plan to serve. This is not about ATA. It's not even about us. It's about the children that we plan to serve through arts integration. The children who feel defeated when they go to school. The children who feel like they can't achieve anything. That's what this is about for us. It's about making sure that children can be educated, that they feel like they can do anything that they put their mind to. That's what this is about for us. So today we ask you not only to approve our charter, but to stand with us in creating a place where the arts ignites curiosity, where academics inspire confidence, and where children believe that there's no limit to what they can accomplish. I thank you for your time, for your feedback, and for your commitment for holding us to the highest standard. We're ready. And we are determined to make Focus Academy a school that kids deserve. So please think about that when you're making your decision, that this is not just about what we got stuck on. This is about the children that we intend to serve. It wasn't easy to get 300 people to respond to our surveys, but we did. It took time to go out into the community and engage with families, to knock on doors.
I don't like to do that. I don't like to talk, right? But I did what I needed to do for Focus Academy. I did what I needed to do for the children that we want to serve in Focus Academy. And again, that goes beyond anything that we see on paper. It goes beyond that. Again, as I stated in the beginning, we took your feedback. We did not come back less prepared. We came back more prepared, more determined, and more willing to do what we had to do to make Focus Academy a reality. We didn't get to express all of that to you, but I'm expressing it now. This is about the children that we want to serve, the children that we know we can engage with arts integration, and that can be successful in our school.
Thank you.
So please consider that.
Thank you. Okay, input from board members. I will say those services, every school has to have those services provided, and somebody gets paid to do it. Maybe they could get it for less than 10%. Maybe they could find an 8% vendor or something. If they can make it work in their budget, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. Again, if it works monetarily for them and they're getting the services that they need, they want to hand that off, and this is not uncommon, and be able to think about the academics and the work of the school. But we didn't get to a lot of other things in this application, which to me is a greater concern. You had a comment, Lyndalyn?
Yes, I agree with you, what you just said there. If they're gonna take care of those services for them, because you're gonna pay someone, unless you do it in-house. I did have a question about, are any of the board members, are y'all planning on becoming the staff of the school? Because I know you have some strong educators on your board. Are you looking at the possibility of doing that?
No, we're not. We only have one other educator besides me on the board.
Okay, so just the two of you.
Okay, so the larger question to me is if this application should be accelerated. There needs to be evidence for that, evidence of the immediate need. And when you look at the evidence that was submitted, the surveys, we talked, you mentioned that earlier, that there were 300 responses, but only 62% had school-age children.
Yeah, I've got the numbers
And then
down
it
as
declines from there, and so we weren't seeing strong evidence.
there were 300 applications, 300 letters of interest or inputs of interest. 62.3% had school-age children, which now takes that down to 187. And that, I don't know how many kids would be coming from those schools, but let's just say it's one per household. 20%, we're seeing, anywhere between 10 and 20% of kids don't show up the first day of school because there's other options to choose from. When they get their first one, they go. And as we discussed this morning, charter schools are not opening at capacity right now. Not most of them, not all of them, but most of them. So you take 20% of the 187, you're down to 150. If, just being realistic, so I mean, that's just another area of, is there expressed interest in this situation?
Demand, is the demand there?
And I'll be honest. I'm hard on this $220,000 because, again, I was getting almost the exact same services of what I heard being described and what's written into this application as a school leader for $60,000. An annual contract with a vendor to do those very same things. So with that other $160,000, what could be done for the kids in that school? So maybe I personally got stuck on that. And if there's questions that the board has, and we need to bring these guys back for a second interview so that we can get into that part of it, that's fine with me. But there's a fiduciary responsibility that we have with the state with this money to be sure this being used to the benefit of the students that are in school.
I agree.
And that's maybe why, I understand needing some support and some consultation and things of that nature when you're opening a school. But as Bruce clearly got to, after that consultation's been done, it's done. Right. So that's just me. So if we need to, I apologize to the board if that kind of deviated us from getting into anything further. And if we need to bring them back for a second interview, that's fine with me. But that was a sticking point.
No, this is the first interview for this year, for this new application. Do we have other thoughts, Eric?
Yeah, thank you for your passion and your persistence and the obvious effort that you put into the application. Thank you. We obviously, I'm a rookie too. I'm a rookie to the board, so I'm going to ask a couple of process questions here. Do we have a definition of what a CMO and an EMO is? Because that clearly is in play here. That's my question one, and this is more for the group and maybe for Ashley and her fantastic team. The second question I have is when we have an interview like this, and whether it's a CMO or an EMO, do we actually bring the CMO as part of the interview? Okay, so
We actually, just to clarify, that's a good question. If it's stated up front that the board is partnering with an EMO or CMO, we actually even give them more time for the interview as well.
Right.
To hear from.
and is that a choice of the school, whether or not they check that box? That's purely what it is we don't actually run with this is what an EMO or a CMO is like.
Section 7 of the application asks if you're working with an
Yeah.
on this application is checked now.
Right. I got that part. What I'm saying is there kind of a shared definition of what this is? Because it seems like yeah.
It's in policy. It's also in the charter application. So what their application indicates is that they are partnering with a charter support organization. That definition is a profit or nonprofit non-governmental entity that provides assistance to developers during the application, planning, program design, and initial implementation of a charter school, or B, technical assistance to operating charter schools, including specific and limited services such as, but not limited to, professional development, nonprofit board development, payroll, and curriculum development. So that's a charter support organization. That's what they've indicated in the application that they are partnering with. We don't typically give additional time for that because typically what we see is that a board might, have a partner with a vendor to provide accounting, or partner with someone like Great Hearts to provide classical instruction assistance or whatever. A management organization is one that a CMO is a nonprofit that operates or manages one or multiple charter schools through a contract by centralizing support and operations, or an EMO is a for-profit that contracts with new or existing public school districts, or charter schools to operate and manage one or multiple charter schools by centralizing support and operations. So it's in policy. It's policy charter 021. But the definition's also in the application. And so that's how we know when we see the application, whether to provide additional time in the interview.
Thank you, Ashley. Super thorough.
I don't think they had enough time to discuss their school. And I would like to hear more about their school as opposed to just focusing on the issue of where they're getting support from.
Yeah, I'd suggest a both and. I share Mr. McNair's. I want to hear more about your school, and I also, if I may, think it is a CMO. And I don't want to good people can disagree on that, but I do think it's a CMO, and I think the CMO ought to be part of the second bite of the apple here. That would be my thought.
I tend to agree with. Okay, I got a green light now. That we do need to hear more about their school, just to be fair.
Rita?
Yes, Shelley.
Hey, I just wanted to throw in, if, like everybody was saying, I would love to hear more about the school too. I do feel like the time that we've invested on this topic is important because, like we said, from $200,000 up to over $400,000 in year 5, and I get that that's 10%. If they come back, if they get an opportunity to come back and we get to hear more about their school, I would really like for them to be prepared to articulate what that $200,000 in the first year to over $400,000 in year 5, to articulate specifically what you're paying for and what you're getting for that. And also, I've heard multiple times that working with them for 2 to 3 years, getting started 2 to 3 years, but you have it on your budget to year 5. So, after you've been open for a while, again, articulating what you're going to get for that large sum of money.
Okay, thank you, Shelley.
Yeah. I love that we just said that this is an important conversation because I think it is. I think it's precedent setting. If there is a perceived loophole to having this type of arrangement in which it doesn't get scrutinized in the same way, I think that the conversation around what was, we joked around about wedding planners, but the wedding planner then doesn't join the marriage for the next 3 years. Like they do the wedding and then that's nice. And they're supposed to save you money too. But anyway, I just found it very difficult to hear that. I think all the startup stuff is real. I've done it. I've been there. You want to pay a premium to have somebody help you get all this launched and all that going? Great, fine. Pay a premium, pay a ton for it. But then once the school was started, when we asked, it was an outsourced financial management firm in which, by the way, we have 1,400 kids and we pay significantly less than the 200 kids. Like, I mean, that should be much, much cheaper than what we're talking about. And then after that, it was marketing. That's what it was. I mean, you can hire a kid out of college right now to do your stuff with AI, along with one of the good financial companies we have in the state, and you'd pay a quarter of that. And so people then go, well, it's their decision. That's fine, but it gets to the very heart of the credibility of the board and how they're utilizing funds. It's not to say they can't run a good classroom, but can you run a school? Because we always know that one of the biggest reasons schools close or come before us are financial issues. And if you're not using those funds well, it begs a question about whether you're prepared to run the entire organization.
Very good.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack here, obviously. I think, Rita, you bring up a good question, which is maybe the first question, which is, do they even qualify or should be considered for accelerated? I would absolutely agree that I don't think we got into the meat and potatoes of the actual school itself. And I have questions around the curriculum. I have questions about staffing based upon what I'm seeing in the budget. But we can bring them back for a second interview, and let's not pretend that the things we had questions about today won't still be there. There is absolute value in everything they said that their third party was going to help them with. Absolutely. But every one of those things is what an EMO or CMO does. I go back 12 years ago at the personal, I mean, I helped put a board together and I helped that board get through ready to open. I helped that board make decisions around who they should contract work with for finances and payroll and healthcare options and who they should maybe bring to the table to buy furniture from, who they might want to consider for legal support. That's the role I played as an independent contractor to that board who hired me to help them get connected. But once they were connected, they didn't need me anymore. I had fulfilled my role because I myself wasn't providing those services. And if I were, and I was going to manage all of that on behalf of the board, then I am what? I am a management company. And that's what this is. I would be in favor of bringing them back. I'll even make a motion to bring them back, but I don't think we can bring them back and change the interview process. They've told us this is not a management company, so I think we have to stick to that timeline of the interview, and I guess hopefully focus more on some of the educational aspects of the application or the applicant. But that doesn't change some of this other. These things are going to be, if we bring them back in October, these same issues are going to be right here in front of us.
Can I ask a point of clarification? I think I know the answer to this, but if they're not fast tracked or eligible for that, they can put their applicant in the regular pool. Can they change it? Is that timeline's already?
No, we had established a couple of years ago that if you apply as fast track accelerated,
Sure.
and you get an interview as that status,
Yeah.
you don't get to say, never mind, we'll go back. Like once we've done the interview, which we just did, it's yeah. Now, that doesn't mean we can't change our mind on that, but that's been what we've tried to do for the last few years. Yeah.
Like the application wouldn't be able to change anyway. So,
Yeah. I'll go ahead and make a
Yeah.
motion that we bring Focus Academy Charter School back for a second interview. Given that it is a accelerated application, that second interview would need to be in October, I believe.
And I will second that. And can I say something after that? Second. Looking at what happened today, that they would emphasize quickly answer what they're getting for the $200,000. And like they said, if are they going into a 3-year contract? What kind of contract are they going into with the ATA? 2-year, or just maybe it is a 1-year?
I believe she said it's a 3-year contract. And if we bring them back for a second interview, I would need each of you to submit the questions that you want them to come back prepared to answer. And they would need to be thorough and complete answers for us to make a motion at that time. So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay, Ashley, you want to take a vote?
All right, this is for a second interview to take place in October for Focus Academy. Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approved.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
hey,
Shelley Shope. Shelley, are you still online? Okay. John Eldridge,
Nay.
Gwendolyn Cacadelis,
Yes.
Eric Gukin, Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay.
Ashley,
Oh, yes, Shelley, what was your vote?
computer issue. Yes.
All right, it is 9-2, passes. So for the second interview, Rita will work with the board to get questions and information that they would like answered. And then Melanie will be communicating with you because we asked that nothing be sent to us until we've given you instructions, just to keep the lines of communications very clear. And that you only send responses to the board to keep the application from being as few changes as possible. Okay? So we'll be in touch about that. The October meeting, I believe, is the 8th and the 9th, but we'll get in touch with you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, is Jenna ready, or do we want to take a quick stretch break?
stretch break.
I'm hearing stretch break. All right, let's take a 5-minute stretch break. We'll reconvene at 2:05. And I'll give time for Jenna to be ready. All righty, good afternoon. Next up is an update on the stipulation schools. And with that, we're going to invite Miss Jenna Cook, who I think is joining us remotely. I assume because she's not here in person. So
Yes. Can you
pretty
hear
good
me okay?
assumption. Yeah.
All right. Good afternoon, board. This is Jenna Cook from the Office of Charter Schools, here to give you a progress update on schools with renewal stipulations. This presentation is a pretty high-level overview, but on eBoard, there are posted the specific stipulations for each school if you'd like to review that, as well as a summary sheet that outlines a little more details about any compliance concerns and also the progress for each school's renewal. So just purpose and context for this presentation: during the renewal process in both 2023 as well as 2025, select schools were given stipulations for their 3-year renewal terms. This presentation just serves as an update to this board on their progress, concerns, and any next steps. And so the schools that we will be talking about today from 2023, the state board gave stipulations to Paul R. Brown Leadership Academy, Rocky Mount Preparatory, Zecca School of Arts and Technology, Monroe Charter Academy. And then the Charter Schools Advisory Board gave stipulations to Next Generation Academy, as well as most recently from the renewal process, Community School of Digital and Visual Arts were given stipulations by this board. And then I'll also just note that Apprentice Academy High School was also given stipulations by the state board in 2023, but they have since relinquished their charter and closed in the fall of 2024, so there won't be an updated provided for them. And just for this board's information, is as far as monitoring and support has gone throughout this process since 2023, the Office of Charter Schools has been monitoring the progress of these stipulation schools. So we've given updates to this board in September of 24, February and March of 25, and as well as today. We have done on-site visits in the fall of 2023 at each school. We did virtual fall check-ins with leadership in 2024. And then all of the 2023 schools also had their renewal site visit this past spring. And they have also been before this board in both February 2024 and February 2025 to discuss their progress. All right, so I'm going to share a slide for each school and just want to kind of share out, I have the status for where they are for each of their stipulations. To be clear, complete is pretty self-explanatory. If a school is listed as in progress, it just means that they're doing what they need to do, but it's not possible to mark them as complete as they still have some more things to do. So the leadership trainings, they were required to have 5 per year, so they haven't obviously finished the school year. So those are just listed as in progress. They're on track, just can't mark them complete just yet. But I'll start with Paul R. Brown Leadership Academy. They had their school improvement plan approved in August of 2023. For their leadership trainings, they're listed as in progress. Their yearly board calendars have been provided to OCS for both the 23-24 and 24-25 school years. And they've exceeded the minimum 5 trainings and reported 100% attendance at those trainings. They completed their teacher training that was required. The next was that they meet or exceed growth in 2 out of the 3 years. They have met that. They have met growth in 22, 23, and 23, 24, and most recently exceeded growth this past school year. For the no financial compliance warnings, Paul R. Brown, they were placed on financial noncompliance cautionary status for a late audit in January of 2024, but they were since removed from that financial compliance status in May of 24. The audit was remitted in March. And then the last is compliance with all legal requirements. As of May 2025, the Office of School Nutrition has notified our office that they are withholding funding due to noncompliance with the National School Lunch Program. And so at this time, the leadership has submitted items on their corrective action plan to that office, and the Office of School Nutrition is reviewing their progress. Next is Next Generation Academy. Their stipulations were slightly different than the rest of the group, but they were required to submit payments back to DPI in both May and September, and those were completed on time. They were required to attend 21st Century Grant training that was completed, as well as present quarterly updates to the review board or to the Office of Charter Schools as required. And all of those have been submitted and completed as asked. I will note, while this was not part of their stipulations, their renewal stipulations were financial in nature. So I did want to call attention to this board that the school is on financial noncompliance. In July of 2024, they were moved from disciplinary status to probationary status, but they have maintained that probationary status since that time. And so they'll be reevaluated with the audit that is submitted for this past school year, but they have continued to stay on that probationary status. Rocky Mount Preparatory had their school improvement plan completed and approved in September of 23. For their school leadership trainings, the school presented to this board in February of 2025 about their school leadership trainings. Their teacher training was completed in February of 2024. They did not meet the stipulation of meeting or exceeding growth because they did not meet growth in 22-23 or in 23-24. However, they did exceed growth in this past school year. They do not have any known financial compliance warnings. And then as far as compliance with all legal requirements, the Office of School Nutrition and the Office of Digital Teaching and Learning has notified the Office of Charter Schools of concerns from both of those offices. So our office is just working to monitor their status with both of those offices. Next is Zeka School of Arts and Technology. They had their school improvement plan approved in June of 2023, and their leadership trainings are in progress. 100% of administrative and board members have completed more than 10 modules in 23-24, and their admin and board members completed 5 hours of training in 24-25. That's in compliance with their stipulations, as the first year they were required to do 10, and then it went down to 5 for the next 2 years after that. Their teacher training has been completed. They have met or exceeded growth, meeting growth in 22-23 and 23-24, as well as exceeding growth this past school year. The Office of Charter Schools does not know of any financial compliance warnings for the school, and the school doesn't have any currently open compliance issues. Next is Monroe Charter Academy. They had their school improvement plan approved in October of 2023. They have submitted their leadership trainings. Board members have participated in sessions, including budget and finances, governance and legal and community engagement. Their teacher training has been completed. They have met or exceeded growth in 2 of the last 3 years, meeting growth in 22-23, did not meet in 23-24, and then meeting again this past school year. For financial compliance warnings, they were originally placed on financial noncompliance disciplinary status. This was before being given their renewal stipulation, so that was in February of 23. But then they were placed on probationary status in July of 2024, and then finally they have been removed from financial compliance in December of 2024. And then for compliance with all legal requirements, they do not have any known compliance issues within the Department of Public Instruction. However, the Office of Charter Schools is currently monitoring the status facility ECO acquisition for this school. We've been monitoring it for about the past year. The school still has a temporary ECO at their current facility, so we're just working to make sure that they eventually get that permanent ECO. And then lastly, this is the school that was just approved for a 3-year renewal this past spring, the Community School of Digital and Visual Arts. They were required to give a presentation once per year to this board. I've marked this as in progress, as they were working with our office to schedule a presentation to this board to give you an update. They have been providing monthly board minutes, and I've checked their website. They're also posting them in a timely manner each month. For their submitting their annual audit on time, I don't have an update, as that audit isn't due until October, as well as the board is required to do 2 trainings a year, and they're also required to give that update when they do the presentation to this board. So we'll ask at that time. And then lastly, they're required to provide monthly updates to the Office of Charter School regarding a potential move. The updates were provided to our office in May and June. A July update was not initially provided, but the school did send a joint July-August update at the end of August. And lastly, one of the big topics during their renewal was that the school was on both governance noncompliance and financial noncompliance, and they have been since removed from both of those statuses since getting their renewal. So some key trends across schools. I think we can see academic growth remains a challenge for 2 of the schools. However, all schools under the stipulations met or exceeded growth this past school year in 24-25, which was great to see. 3 schools have been placed on financial compliance while under stipulations. 2 of those schools have been removed, and 1 still remains on financial noncompliance. And then just also to note that a lot of the compliance concerns that we see are often linked to a lack of responsiveness or communication with the relevant DPI division. And then lastly, we've seen overall that the leadership and governance training that's been required is just largely completed by most schools. So what's next? Paul R. Brown, Next Generation, Rocky Mount Prep, Zecca, and Monroe Charter Academy are all in the 2026 renewal cohort, which means that in about 2 months, they will be before this board for their renewal presentation, and then this board will vote on their renewal terms for the 2026 cohort in early 2026. So this presentation being particularly important for those schools as these were required for their renewal in 2023, and so we are now back at their next renewal for 2026. And then Community School of Digital and Visual Arts will be presenting at an upcoming review board meeting to give you a status update. Any questions that I can answer for you all?
Thank you, Jenna. That's a very thorough review. 2023 seems like we just voted on these schools a few months ago. I guess I have a question, and maybe more of a legal question. So with exception of the community schools for digital arts, and they're in Durham, all these schools in 2023, these stipulations were placed upon them by the state board prior to the charter school review board. We were still the charter school advisory board back then. So I guess the question I have is, are those stipulations still in effect? Or is the answer to that depends if we want them to be in effect? Okay, for those that look like legal saying that, yeah.
It's going to be up to you when they come up for renewal. You're going to be the ones to make the decision of whether they should be renewed or not, regardless of the stipulations that they have.
Okay.
So they may meet the stipulations, and you still may think they shouldn't be renewed, or that they should get some lower renewal. That's up to you. You may think that, well, they didn't meet all the stipulations, but they've done great in these other areas, and we think they should get a renewal or a higher renewal. That's going to be up to your reasoned judgment. The General Assembly's put that in your hands now.
Thank you very much. Other questions for Ms. Cook? All right. Thank you very much, Jenna. Appreciate your work. All righty. Last on the agenda today is familiar face, Mr. Machado, Executive Director of the North Carolina Coalition for Chartered Schools. Welcome back. Who? Yeah. I'm sure they were real good.
That's it. Okay, start again. I want to thank you very much for allowing me to speak to you. And again, this annual report that we do is we do it every single year because we want to make sure we're as transparent as we possibly can be, not only to our members' schools, but to all the stakeholders across the state. And before I start with the presentation again, I just want to thank everybody at this board for the great work you do. You put a lot of time into this role. I don't think there's a board in this DPI organization that works as hard as you guys do. And we really appreciate the input that you have had. Just the discussions that I listened to today, you handle those with professionalism, empathy, and really appreciate what you're doing. I just want to start really with reading our mission and our vision, if you'll bear with me. The mission of the coalition serves member schools by keeping charter school stakeholders actively informed of legislative issues, advocating for equal charter school funding, and seeking autonomy of schools at both the statutory and regulatory levels. In our vision, the coalition is a leading voice in North Carolina's school choice movement while keeping charter school leaders apprised of policy and legislative issues affecting their success. We work to communicate, educate, and advocate. I've been on this in this role since February. I have the great task of having replaced Linda Lynn Kakadelis. It's really funny where I am in my career. I had to replace a rock star in Linda Lynn, and then I got replaced by a rock star in Ashley Baguero. So I'm in front of you as a very humble man. All right, in the agenda, what we want to go over really quickly is why does the coalition exist? How have we accomplished our mission? What are some of the things that we've have accomplished in the bipartisan of what we are advocating for? Our goal, we have three main functions: legislative advocacy, communication, and education. In our legislative advocacy, we have a great government affairs team that is working for every one of our charter school members every single day. They're actually working for even our non-members, that we want to make sure that we are advocating at the General Assembly for charter school laws that make sense, try to stop charter school laws that don't make sense, and just making sure that we are moving the charter school movement the best we can. And our legislative affairs team has built great relationships with the General Assembly. I could give you examples of General Assembly members calling us, asking us our opinion on things that they're going to be voting on. So we really do appreciate. Communication is a big part of what we do. We want to communicate to all our stakeholders externally and internally. And we do that through a weekly newsletter that goes out to all of our members. We send out a monthly newsletter to parents and non-members. And then we also have biweekly legislative updates with our government affairs team and our legal team when they're in session. So every other week, we have a Zoom call for all of our members. They tell us what they're working on. They bring us up to date on bills, again, bills that we're advocating for, some bills we might not be advocating for. And it gives our memberships an opportunity to ask them questions about certain bills. And there's some bills that never see the light of day that they want to ask, what's the status on those? And as far as education, we want to provide our members with, want to educate them on the issues that are facing charter schools, not just at the General Assembly, but at the Department of Public Instruction, at the Office of Charter School. We want to make sure they understand, because if you're an independent charter school, we hear it all the time. I feel like I'm an island out here by myself. We want to make sure that you're not an island, that we are your voice, and you can call us anytime about something. I have leaders that are calling me all the time about parent rights bill or even just simple things that we're happy to try to answer. If I don't have the answer, I try to get it for them. Right? And we also want to make sure that we're providing great, not legal advice, but just great background on what they should be doing. We are very fortunate to have probably one of the leading legal minds in the charter school world that is our counsel, and he helps us through a lot of these situations. We don't give legal advice to our individual schools, but we will give them guidance on what to do, and obviously refer them back to their attorney. And something we just did not too long ago, we had a webinar, and we provided exemplar policies for our member schools that were part of either the application process, performance framework, charter agreement, or any legislative laws that have changed. So we want to make sure that we're providing the service for our schools and to be able to give them exemplar policies that they don't have to try to reinvent the wheel. And we shared those with Ashley in her office, so we make sure that we are on the same page, and I just don't get in the ditches like I'm really bad about doing. So we appreciate that. As far as our how do we accomplish our mission? We are a 501c6 organization. That means we can spend a lot of our resources and time on advocating for our charter schools, lobbying, supporting candidates. We don't give candidates money, but we will provide them support the best we can. And we want to make sure that the people that are supporting us, that we're supporting them. If you go back to that slide earlier, we got it by the numbers. You see, we have right now, we have 94 charter schools that are in our organization, and I'm proud to say that number's going up like every couple of weeks. We are bringing on new members all the time. The total number of students that are in our organization, and of course, there's still that huge wait list for charter schools out in the state. That's why we want to make sure that good, high quality charter schools continue to reach more and more students. That's why they can grow, or they can replicate, or they can do a sub campus, whatever you guys feel is most appropriate. But we want to make sure good schools and good organizations are out there providing more spaces for our schools. Some of our accomplishments. I think the biggest accomplishment that the coalition has done, and did it way before I even came on board, was the growth funding model. Now charter schools are being paid on the highest of their ADM, PMR 1 or 2. We used to, everybody knows that it's in the charter school, but we used to have to submit a CSADM in January to estimate what our enrollment was going to be. We did get updated sometime in June. And then if we said we were going to have 1,000 kids in our school and we came in at 1,200, we did not get funded for those 1,200. If we didn't come within 90% of it, we weren't allowed to ask for another increase. The fact that we were able to get that bill passed probably has had the biggest impact on the charter school movement in the 25 years that I've been familiar with the charter school movement. That was huge. I know during the pandemic, we had a school in Charlotte that stayed open, brought in 250 students above what their CSADM was, above what they were being funded for. And they didn't get funded for any of those kids. The CMS was probably getting funded for kids that they weren't educating. So again, for no other reason than that, I think we can hang our hats on that. We did support schools that were hurt during the hurricane. And then another huge, huge bill that you guys see every day is a CSRB bill. The fact that House Bill 254 passed, and the fact that this board that is made up of charter experts are the ones that are making the decisions of applications, renewals, policies, things like that. That's huge. And you guys are doing an excellent job doing that. And I think we all need to learn exactly what are our powers and what are not our powers. But the fact that you guys will approve an application like the one you approved today, now they know they're going to open up if they get through RTO. Before, they'd have to go to the state board, which probably wouldn't happen until February or March. So it's so much more efficient also. And the last thing about the bipartisan, education should not be a partisan bill. The charter school movement was really started by both parties, probably more Democrat than Republican. So it's really important that our government affairs team is talking to both sides of the aisle. Very, very proud to say that we had 8 Democrats vote on House Bill 254. That's first, so that is a bipartisan bill. And we had, I think it was 3 that stayed with us and overrode the governor's veto. So it is becoming a nonpartisan, and we know that there's people on both sides of the aisle that do support school choice. it is not a partisan issue. It is a family issue. You should be able to decide where your children want to go to school, and the General Assembly should help us make that happen. I want to just close with what Representative Robinson said. My eyes are really bad, so I'm going to have to find it on my computer. Representative Robinson is from Wake County. He spoke at our summit last year, which hopefully everybody will come to again. And he actually visited every single charter school in his district. He did several commencement speeches. And this is what he says about charter schools. Public charter schools are not our enemy. They are part of our community. It is a new way of thinking, a new way of engaging, and it is a wonderful opportunity to enhance education opportunities for our young ones. And I don't think I could have said it any better than that. But we really do appreciate his support. We appreciate the support from everybody we get from General Assembly, and we appreciate your support. We want to be a partner with you in this process. So, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Machado. Any questions for Dave?
Hi, Dave. Good to see you again.
You too, sir.
I'm Eric Ucan, and my question, you said at the outset, first of all, congratulations on your accomplishments. I couldn't agree more that education should be a bipartisan issue, and I'm thankful that you're working towards those ends. My question is kind of a broad one, is you said charter school policies that make sense. How do you determine what makes sense and what doesn't? That's kind of a broad one. It's a broad statement, but I'm not being smart. I just really.
That is a great question, and I think to me, and actually I have a board that will tell me what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. Right. But to me, it is it moving? Is it advocating for students? Is it what's best for students, or are adults getting in the way like we do all the time? So that's my barometer for what makes sense. No. Thanks. That's a great question. All right.
Anything else?
Thank you very much.
So much, and thanks for all the work that the coalition is doing. It's greatly appreciated. So with that, I think we're going to adjourn for today. Just as a reminder, we'll be back in this room tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock with some updates on the new legislation 254, as well as some applicants to interview. So thank you everyone for their time. Ashley, last.
Yeah, don't forget to look at your application, red lines and suggestions. So we're going to walk through that so you can give me some input on what you'd like to see for the next application.
And then just one last reminder, as a follow-up to our discussion this morning, I've already sent out, and Dr. Eldridge is going to lead the subcommittee for the discussion around subcampuses. I sent it to your DPI email. So please, if you're interested.
And I also sent out a Google spreadsheet for you guys to fill in the items. What are the questions you're left with? What are the concerns you're left with? What are the opportunities that you see? So we can gather everybody's thoughts on that instead of just maybe the folks that are going to be on the committee. Thank you.
And can I just add, if you lost your badge or if you need a badge, please be in the lobby tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. and we will get those taken care of for you. Thank you. You are welcome to join us, Bruce, at 8:30 sharp.